The first thing we need to understand is this: success leaves clues. And those clues show up in patterns, in habits, in behaviors that anyone, yes, anyone, can adopt. It's not about luck. It's not about magic. It's about following the path laid out by those who've gone before you and staying on that path long enough to see results. Now, some people say, how do I know if I'm on the right path? Well, that's the million-dollar question. I always tell people, if you can see signs, just like road signs on a highway, then you'll know you're going the right way. But if you don't see any signs, if you're wandering without direction or losing hope, it might mean a little course correction is needed. No one stumbles onto the path of success by accident. It's always intentional, deliberate. And the good news is that success isn't just about reaching the destination. It's about becoming the person who's capable of achieving it. You see, success is a journey, not just an event. Every day along the path, you're either moving closer to your goals or drifting away from them. But if you're seeing these 10 signs, you're heading in the right direction. I'm going to break them down for you one by one because each one deserves your full attention. The first sign that you're on the path to success is that you take full responsibility for your life. This is where success starts, my friends. Until you take responsibility for your life, your choices, your actions, and your results, you'll never have the power to change anything. You see, the moment you blame circumstances, other people, or the past for where you are today, you hand over control. And as long as you believe it's someone else's fault, you're stuck. But when you say, it's up to me, that's when things start to shift. Responsibility means accepting that no matter what happens, you're in charge of how you respond. That's the key. When I was younger, I had a long list of excuses: taxes, politics, inflation, even the weather. And one day, Mr. Schoaf said something that hit me right between the eyes. He said, if you want things to change, you have to change. If you want things to get better, you have to get better. I realized I'd been waiting for the world to fix itself, and it wasn't going to happen. From that moment on, I decided to take full responsibility for my life. And things began to change, not because the world got easier, but because I got better. Now, taking responsibility doesn't mean everything is fair. Life throws curveballs, it just does. But holding on to blame and resentment, that's like carrying a backpack full of rocks. It only slows you down. Drop the weight. Travel light. Responsibility means saying, no matter what happened, I get to decide what happens next. And here's the beauty of it. When you take responsibility, you take back your power. You stop saying, I can't, and start saying, I will, because I choose to. That's a shift in mindset. You become the kind of person who doesn't just hope for change, you make it happen. So ask yourself, are you taking full responsibility for your life? Or are you waiting for someone else to fix things? Because once you take ownership, you're not just on the path to success, you're creating it. And that's where the journey really begins. Next, you have clear, written goals and a plan to achieve them. Success is not a mystery. It's the result of clear, deliberate action towards specific targets. Without a goal, you're like a ship without a rudder, drifting wherever the wind takes you. But with a goal, now you've got direction. You've got a reason to get up in the morning. Goals turn wishes into plans. And not just any goals, written goals. Writing them down is what transforms vague dreams into something real, something you can measure and track. One thing I've noticed is that successful people don't just keep their goals in their heads. They write them down. There's something powerful about putting pen to paper. When you write a goal, it's no longer just an idea floating around. It becomes a commitment. It's a promise you've made to yourself. And that's something you take seriously. But a goal without a plan is just a dream. You need a step-by-step map to get where you want to go. And here's the truth. Big goals won't be achieved all at once. They're achieved one small step at a time. Break the big ones into smaller, actionable tasks. The key is progress, not perfection. Now, not every plan works perfectly. That's okay. A plan is a starting point, not a prison. If something isn't working, adjust. The goal stays the same, but the strategy can change. Think of it like driving on a road trip. If you hit traffic, you don't turn back and go home. You find another route. As long as you keep your destination in mind, you'll get there. And goals need deadlines. A goal without a deadline is just a fantasy. Deadlines create urgency. They force you to take action even when you don't feel like it. And that's the secret, doing what needs to be done, not just when you're in the mood, but because the plan says it's time. Tell me, do you have clear written goals? Are they in detail? Do you have a plan to achieve them? And most importantly, are you following that plan every day? Because if you can answer yes to those questions, you're well on your way. The path is laid out in front of you. All you need to do is walk it. Next, you believe in continuous learning and personal development. If there's one thing I've learned, it's this. Success is attracted to the person you become. You see, life doesn't get better by chance. It gets better by change. And the most important kind of change, that's the change you make within yourself. The more you grow, the more opportunities you attract. Personal development isn't a luxury, it's a necessity. If you're not learning, you're standing still. And if you're standing still, you're falling behind. Here's what happens to a lot of people. They finish school and think the learning's over. They believe education stops when the diploma is framed and hung on the wall. But the truth is, formal education can make you a living. Self-education will make you a fortune. Successful people make learning a lifelong habit. They read books, listen to seminars, seek out mentors, and challenge themselves with new ideas. They're constantly looking for ways to get better, to grow, to sharpen their skills. And learning isn't just about knowledge. It's about applying that knowledge. Reading a book or attending a seminar means nothing unless you put the lessons into action. It's not enough to know what to do. You have to do what you know. The difference between those who succeed and those who don't isn't knowledge. It's execution. When I was introduced to the idea of personal development, I wasn't doing well financially and wondering why things weren't working out. And so I picked up my first self-improvement book. And guess what? That one book led to another and another and another. Each one added a new layer to my thinking. The person I was when I started that journey wasn't the same person a few years later. And my life changed because I changed. The beautiful thing about personal development is that it compounds. Every bit of learning builds on what you already know. It's like planting seeds in a garden. Each small effort today brings a harvest tomorrow. You may not see results right away, but over time, the impact is enormous. Now, here's the key. It's not just about learning when it's convenient. Successful people carve out time for learning no matter how busy they are. They know that investing in themselves is the best investment they can make. So, are you committed to lifelong learning? Are you reading books, seeking mentors, attending seminars? Are you taking what you learn and putting it into practice? Because if you are, you're building the foundation for long-term success. Every time you grow, your life grows with you. And that's one of the most reliable signs that you're on the right path. Next, you practice self-discipline and build productive habits. Self-discipline is the bridge between goals and achievement. It's what gets you out of bed early, even when you'd rather sleep in. It's what keeps you working on your dreams, even when the excitement wears off. You see, motivation will get you started, but discipline keeps you going. And those who understand this principle are already miles ahead on the path to success. The truth is, every meaningful achievement requires discipline. It's not about how you feel on any given day. It's about what you do, regardless of how you feel. Successful people aren't ruled by their emotions. They've learned to manage their time, energy, and focus, and that all comes down to self-discipline. Here's something important. When you discipline yourself to do what's hard now, you set yourself up for an easier future. You say no to distractions today so you can say yes to opportunities tomorrow. Think of it like planting seeds in spring so you can enjoy a harvest in the fall. That's what habits are. They're small, daily investments that lead to big rewards over time. Most people don't fail because of a lack of talent or opportunity. They fail because they lack discipline. They know what they need to do, but they don't follow through. They start projects but never finish. They set goals but give up when things get tough. But the successful ones, they keep going, even when the excitement fades. They've trained themselves to do what needs to be done, whether they feel like it or not. Habits are the foundation of discipline. Whatever you do consistently, whether good or bad, becomes a habit. And habits have a way of running the show. You don't rise to the level of your goals, you fall to the level of your habits. That's why successful people focus on building productive habits. They know that small disciplines practiced daily will eventually produce extraordinary results. One of the best things you can do is identify the habits that are holding you back and replace them with better ones. These little changes might seem insignificant at first, but over time, they build momentum. And remember, discipline isn't something you're born with. It's a skill. You develop it through practice. And yes, it's hard in the beginning, but every time you stick with it, you get a little stronger. Discipline becomes easier the more you use it, just like a muscle. So ask yourself, are your habits helping you or holding you back? Are you doing the things you know you should be doing, even when it's inconvenient? Are you making choices today that your future self will thank you for? Because if you are, you're not just on the path to success, you're building it step by step, day by day. Next, you maintain a positive attitude and mindset. Your mindset is everything. The way you think determines how you feel, and how you feel determines what you do. Successful people understand that a positive attitude isn't just a nice thing to have. It's essential. It's the foundation that helps you handle challenges, setbacks, and uncertainty without giving up. And here's the key. It's not about being blindly optimistic. It's about choosing to see opportunities even in the face of difficulties. You see, everyone faces obstacles. Everyone. The difference between those who succeed and those who don't lies in how they respond. Some people let problems paralyze them, while others use challenges as stepping stones. A positive mindset doesn't mean you ignore problems. It means you believe there's always a way forward. It's the ability to say, this might be tough, but I'm tougher. 2 shoe salesmen were sent to a remote village to explore market opportunities. The first one sent a message back. Bad news, no one here wears shoes. The second salesman sent a message too, but his said, great news, no one here wears shoes. Same situation, but 2 entirely different mindsets. One saw a dead end and the other saw potential. The lesson? It's not the situation, it's how you choose to see it. Maintaining a positive attitude requires conscious effort. The world is full of negativity. Just turn on the news and you'll see it. But successful people protect their minds. They limit their exposure to negativity, surround themselves with uplifting people, and focus on solutions instead of problems. They know that what you feed your mind shapes your reality. If you fill your mind with doubt, fear, and negativity, that's what you'll experience. But if you feed it hope, optimism, and gratitude, you'll see more of the good around you. Being grateful is one of the most powerful tools for maintaining a positive mindset. When you make it a habit to focus on what's going right in your life, you train your mind to notice the good. And the more you notice the good, the more good you attract. It's not magic, it's mindset. A grateful person is always in a better position to take action than someone who's complaining about what's missing. And there's always setbacks. They're a part of every success story. When things go wrong, a positive mindset helps you get back up. It doesn't mean you won't feel frustration or disappointment. It means you don't stay stuck there. You learn the lesson, adjust your course, and keep moving. The road to success isn't smooth, but a positive attitude acts like shock absorbers. It makes the bumps easier to handle. Here's another thing. A positive mindset is contagious. When you maintain a good attitude, it lifts the people around you. And that creates an environment where success becomes possible, not just for you, but for everyone around you. Tell me, are you choosing to stay positive, even when things aren't going your way? Are you feeding your mind with thoughts that lift you up instead of tear you down? Because your attitude is one of the strongest indicators of whether or not you're on the path to success. The good news is your mindset is always within your control. And the moment you decide to stay positive, no matter what, you've already won half the battle. Next, you take consistent action toward your goals. Action is what separates dreamers from doers. Having a goal is essential, but it's not enough on its own. It's the steps you take day in and day out that make the dream a reality. Consistency is the name of the game. You don't plant a seed today and expect to harvest tomorrow. Success demands that you nurture it every single day, even when you don't see immediate results. Here's a common trap that people fall into. They get excited about a new goal, take a burst of action, and then stop when the excitement fades. But here's the truth. Results come to those who keep going, even when the initial thrill wears off. It's like going to the gym. You don't get in shape from one workout, but by showing up regularly, those small efforts start to add up. The magic is in the compound effect. Little actions repeated over time produce big outcomes. You can't cram the planting season. You can't plant a field in one afternoon and expect a harvest next week. You've got to show up every day, till the soil, plant the seeds, water the crops, pull the weeds, and trust that the harvest will come in time. Life works the same way. If you want to succeed, you have to take consistent action and trust the process. And here's what will happen. You'll build momentum. Momentum is your best friend on the path to success. When you take small, consistent actions, you build momentum, and momentum makes the work easier. But here's the thing. Momentum works both ways. If you stop taking action, it's hard to get started again. That's why consistency matters so much. Even a little progress every day keeps the momentum going. A lot of people wait for the perfect time to take action, but perfection is an illusion. There will never be a perfect time, so the best time to start is now. Don't wait until you feel ready. Don't wait until circumstances are ideal. Start where you are with what you have. Successful people don't wait. They take action, adjust along the way, and keep moving forward. Action also builds confidence. The more you do, the more capable you feel. Every time you follow through, you're reinforcing the belief that you're the kind of person who takes action. And that belief becomes a powerful asset over time. On the other hand, every time you procrastinate, you strengthen the habit of delay, which only makes it harder to move forward. Focus on the next step, not the entire staircase. Big goals can feel overwhelming, but if you break them down into smaller tasks, you'll find it easier to take action. One step at a time is how all big things get done. So here's the big question. Are you taking consistent action toward your goals? Even on days when you're tired or unmotivated, are you moving the needle forward, even a little? Because success isn't just about having a goal. It's about putting in the work day after day until the results show up. And they will. The path to success is walked one step at a time. What matters most is that you keep stepping. Next, you surround yourself with positive and successful people. You're the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with. That's not just a clever quote. It's the truth. The people you surround yourself with influence your thinking, your habits, and ultimately your results. If you want to stay on the path to success, you've got to be intentional about who you let into your inner circle. You need people who lift you up, challenge you to grow, and inspire you to be better. Energy is contagious. Spend enough time around people with a negative mindset, and before you know it, you'll find yourself thinking the same way. You'll start to believe life is unfair, that success is out of reach, and that excuses are acceptable. But when you surround yourself with people who are motivated and forward-thinking, that energy rubs off too. Suddenly ideas seem possible, challenges feel manageable, and success feels inevitable. Your environment is shaping you, whether you realize it or not. If you're constantly around people who complain, make excuses, or stay stuck in the past, it's hard to stay motivated. But if you're with people who talk about goals, solutions, and opportunities, it shifts your mindset. It becomes easier to believe that success is possible for you too. Here's the thing. Not everyone in your life will share your ambition, and that's okay. You don't have to cut people off completely, but you do need to be mindful of how much influence they have over you. Think of it like this. You wouldn't expect a healthy plant to grow in toxic soil, right? Well, the same goes for your mindset. If your closest relationships are filled with negativity or doubt, it's going to be hard to thrive. Here's another tip. Seek out mentors and role models. Successful people love sharing their wisdom. If you're willing to learn, they're willing to teach. When you surround yourself with the thoughts and ideas of successful people, you start thinking like them too. And don't forget, this works both ways. Be the kind of person who uplifts others. Encourage your friends, support their dreams, and share what you're learning along the way. Success isn't just about getting ahead. It's about helping others move forward too. When you create an environment where everyone around you is encouraged to grow, it's easier for you to grow as well. Here's a question. Are the people around you pushing you toward your goals or pulling you away from them? Are they excited about your progress or are they trying to keep you where you are? These are hard questions, but they're important ones. Because success isn't just about what you do. It's also about who you choose to do it with. So take a moment to reflect on your circle. Are you spending time with people who inspire you to become your best self? Are they adding value to your life or draining it? Because the right people don't just walk the path with you. They help clear the way. And when you walk alongside others who are headed in the same direction, success becomes a shared journey. Next, you embrace change and adaptability. Change is inevitable. Whether we like it or not, the world is always shifting. Markets change, technology evolves, relationships grow or fade, and life throws surprises our way. The difference between those who succeed and those who struggle lies in their ability to adapt. Successful people don't resist change, they embrace it. They know that every change, even the uncomfortable ones, carries the seeds of opportunity. Most people fear change because it brings uncertainty. They cling to what's familiar, even if it's not serving them, because stepping into the unknown feels risky. But here's the truth. Growth only happens outside of your comfort zone. If you stay where it's safe, you'll never discover what's possible. Successful people develop the mindset that change is not something to fear, but something to welcome. They don't ask, why is this happening to me? They ask, how can I make this work for me? Think about it. Industries evolve, careers shift, and trends come and go. If you don't adjust, you get left behind. It's like rowing a boat upstream. If you stop rowing, the current pulls you backward. Success requires forward movement, and that means being flexible when plans need to change. Adaptability isn't about giving up on your goals. It's about finding new ways to achieve them when circumstances change. I've met people who held on tightly to old ways of doing things, hoping the world would circle back to how it used to be. But life doesn't work that way. When change comes, you have two options. Resist it and be left behind, or embrace it and find a way to benefit from it. The people who thrive are the ones who adjust their sails instead of waiting for the wind to blow their way. Change isn't always comfortable, but it's always necessary. Every major success story involves moments of change, moments where people had to pivot, rethink their strategy, or take a different path altogether. Look at businesses that survived tough economic times. They didn't survive by doing what they had always done. They found new ways to serve their customers, launched new products, or shifted their focus entirely. And adaptability isn't just about big changes. It's also about adjusting to the small ones. A rigid person might give up, but someone adaptable will find another way. They'll adjust their routine, try a new approach, or find a creative solution. This kind of mindset builds resilience, the ability to keep going, no matter what life throws at you. Adaptability also requires humility. It takes humility to admit when something isn't working and change course. It takes humility to say, I don't have all the answers, but I'm willing to learn. Successful people don't let their egos get in the way. If a new strategy or technology comes along, they're not afraid to dive in and learn. They're more focused on the outcome than their pride. Here's the bottom line. Change is a constant, but growth is optional. The choice to adapt is always in your hands. Are you willing to embrace change, even when it's uncomfortable? Are you flexible enough to adjust your plans when life demands it? Because if you can learn to see change, not as an obstacle, but as an opportunity, you'll always find a way forward. Next, you provide value and serve others. Success isn't just about what you achieve for yourself. It's about how much value you bring to others. The more you help people, the more opportunities will come your way. In fact, success is a natural byproduct of serving others. Whether you're running a business, leading a team, or just living your life, the question you should always ask is, how can I add value? Because when you solve problems, meet needs, or improve someone's situation, success will follow. Think of the most successful businesses in the world. They thrive not because they focus on profits, but because they provide solutions that people need. The profit is a result of the value they provide. And the same principle applies to individuals. When you focus on providing value, the rewards will come. Here's the beautiful thing about value. It's not just about money. You can provide value by offering your time, your attention, your skills, or even your encouragement. Every act of service creates a ripple effect. When you lift someone up, you set something in motion that eventually circles back to you. That's the law of sowing and reaping. What you give will always come back, often multiplied. One of the fastest ways to become valuable is to solve problems. Look for ways to make things better, whether it's at work, in your family, or in your community. If you become known as someone who can solve problems, you'll never be out of opportunities. People are drawn to those who can help, who can offer solutions, and who make a positive difference. And don't fall into the trap of thinking, what's in it for me? That kind of thinking leads nowhere. The most successful people focus on giving before they worry about receiving. They trust that when they serve others, good things will come back to them in unexpected ways. Zig Ziglar used to say, you can have everything in life you want if you will just help enough other people get what they want. That's a principle worth remembering. Now, serving others doesn't mean you become a doormat or say yes to everything. It means being intentional about the value you provide. It means looking for ways to make things better while still pursuing your own goals. It's about finding that sweet spot where your passion intersects with what others need. When you align your talents and skills with service, success becomes inevitable. And here's an important thing to remember. Serving others isn't just something you do when you feel like it. It's a way of life. Successful people don't wait for the right moment to give. They make it a habit. They know that the more they contribute, the richer their life becomes, not just in material ways, but in relationships, satisfaction, and fulfillment. So ask yourself, are you providing value in everything you do? Are you looking for ways to serve others, whether it's at work, at home, or in your community? Because if you are, you're not just on the path to success. You're paving the way for others to succeed alongside you. And that's what real success looks like. Success isn't a mystery. It's a matter of patterns, decisions, and daily actions. If these signs are showing up in your life, you're not just hoping for success, you're building it. And it's a journey, not a one-time event. Some days will feel easier than others, and some challenges will test your resolve. But the important thing is to stay the course. Because success isn't just about reaching a destination. It's about becoming the kind of person who's capable of achieving it. And the more you align with these signs, the more you'll see doors open, opportunities appear, and progress unfold. So keep going. Keep growing. Keep serving. Success is not just something you achieve, it's something you earn step by step, decision by decision, habit by habit. And every time you see one of these signs show up in your life, know that you're on the right path. Stay on it long enough, and you'll not only reach your goals, you'll exceed them. Now, the question is, what's the next step for you? Now, the question is, what's the next step for you? Because success favors those who take action. And today is the perfect day to take that next step. Before you step into a new week, I want you to consider this. How do you want that week to unfold? Most people don't think about it. They just let the week come at them. They wake up Monday morning and whatever happens, happens. No plan, no preparation, no strategy. And then they wonder why things don't go their way. So here's the key. Don't let the week control you. You control the week. Now ask yourself, have you ever noticed how different you feel when you're prepared? When you've taken a little time to think things through before jumping into them? Isn't it amazing how much smoother things go when you know what you want and how you're going to get it? That's what we're talking about today. Setting the stage for success before the week even begins. You see, success doesn't happen by accident. It's something you design. It's something you plan. And the best way to start is by setting aside some time. Because if you can take a little bit of time to think through what you want to achieve, it's going to make all the difference in how you feel and how you perform throughout the week. Now, the first thing I want you to do before you start your week is get clear. Clarity is power. A lot of people go into the week with vague goals, no real sense of what's important or what they need to focus on. And what happens? They get lost in the weeds. They spend time on things that don't really matter, and the important stuff gets pushed aside. So I'm telling you right now, you've got to take a moment and get clear. Ask yourself, what are the most important things I need to get done this week? What are the key tasks that, if accomplished, will move me closer to my goals? It doesn't have to be a long list. In fact, I recommend keeping it short. Focus on just a few things that are going to make a real difference. That's where your energy needs to go. Not scattered across 100 little things, but laser focused on the handful of tasks that matter. Here's what I learned a long time ago. It's the 80-20 rule. You've probably heard of it. It's the idea that 80% of your results come from 20% of your efforts. Think about that. A small percentage of the things you do are going to give you the majority of your results. But the problem is, most people spend their time on the 80% of things that only produce 20% of the results. They're busy, but they're not productive. Do you see the difference? That's why it's so important to get clear on what really matters. What are those high-value activities that are going to give you the biggest return? That's where you want to spend your time. And here's something else to keep in mind. You don't have unlimited energy. You've got to be smart about where you focus that energy. If you waste it on things that don't really matter, you're not going to have much left for the things that do. So, after you've gotten clear on your priorities, the next step is to get organized. You know, one of the most frustrating things in life is feeling overwhelmed, feeling like there's too much to do and not enough time to do it. And the reason most people feel this way is because they don't take the time to get organized. They let tasks pile up, they lose track of what needs to be done, and before they know it, they're buried under a mountain of unfinished work. But here's the good news. It doesn't have to be that way. If you can take just a little time before the week begins and organize your tasks to break them down into manageable steps, you're going to feel a whole lot better. You'll have a clear path to follow, and that sense of overwhelm will start to disappear. Now, when I say get organized, I'm not talking about making some fancy color-coded schedule or spending hours sorting through paperwork. I'm talking about something simple. Grab a piece of paper and make a list. Write down the tasks that need to be done and then prioritize them. What needs to be done first? What can wait? What's urgent? What's important? Most of us spend our time on urgent things, things that demand our immediate attention. But often, those aren't the things that really matter in the long run. The important things, the things that will move the needle on your goals, tend to get pushed aside because they're not screaming for your attention. So, you got to make time for those important tasks. You got to schedule them in. Otherwise, they'll never get done. Schedule your time. If you don't schedule your time, someone else will. If you don't tell your day where to go, it'll go wherever it pleases. And I'm telling you, that's not the way to live. I once heard someone say, "Show me your calendar and I'll show you your priorities." Isn't that interesting? If you want to know what someone really values, just look at how they spend their time. So here's what I want you to do. Before the week begins, sit down and schedule your most important tasks. Block out time for them. And when I say block out time, I mean actually write it down. Put it on your calendar. Treat it like an appointment with yourself. Because if you don't, it won't happen. Life will get in the way. You'll get distracted. You'll get pulled into other people's agendas. And before you know it, the week will be over and you'll be wondering where all the time went. Don't just schedule your work. Schedule time for yourself, too. Schedule time for your health, for your relationships, for your personal growth. Because I'm telling you, if you don't take care of yourself, you're not going to be much good to anyone else. You've got to make sure you're staying healthy, physically, mentally, emotionally. That means setting aside time to exercise, to relax, to read, to connect with the people who matter most to you. And here's another thing. When you're scheduling your week, make sure you leave some margin. What do I mean by margin? I mean time that's unaccounted for, time that's flexible. Because let's face it, things don't always go according to plan. There are going to be interruptions. There are going to be unexpected challenges. And if your schedule is packed from morning to night with no room for flexibility, what happens when something unexpected comes up? You get stressed. You get frustrated. You feel like everything's falling apart. But if you leave some margin, if you build in some flexibility, you'll be able to handle those unexpected challenges with grace. You'll be able to adjust without feeling like your whole week is derailed. So, don't be afraid to leave a little breathing room in your schedule. It's going to make a big difference. Now, after you've gotten clear on your priorities, organized your tasks, and scheduled your time, there's one more thing you need to do before you begin your week. You need to get your mindset right. I'm telling you, your attitude is going to determine how your week goes. If you go into the week with a negative mindset, thinking about all the problems, all the things that could go wrong, guess what? You're going to find those problems. You're going to attract those challenges. But if you go into the week with a positive mindset, expecting things to go well, looking for opportunities instead of obstacles, you're going to have a much better experience. I'm not talking about blind optimism here. I'm not saying you should ignore reality or pretend that challenges don't exist. What I'm saying is you've got to train yourself to focus on the good. You've got to train yourself to see the possibilities. Because what you focus on expands. If you focus on problems, you're going to get more problems. If you focus on solutions, you're going to find solutions. One of the best ways to get your mindset right is to start the week with gratitude. Take a moment before the week begins to reflect on the things you're grateful for. Write them down if you can. Because gratitude is a powerful thing. When you're in a state of gratitude, it's hard to feel stressed. It's hard to feel overwhelmed. Gratitude puts things in perspective. It reminds you that no matter what challenges you're facing, there's always something to be thankful for. And I'm telling you, when you start the week with that sense of gratitude, with a positive mindset, you're going to approach everything differently. You're going to be more resourceful, more resilient, more creative. You're going to be better equipped to handle whatever comes your way. Before you begin your week, here's what you need to do. First, get clear on your priorities. Identify the key tasks that are going to move you forward. Second, get organized. Break those tasks down into manageable steps and prioritize them. Third, schedule your time. Block out time for your most important tasks, and don't forget to schedule time for yourself. Fourth, leave some margin. Build flexibility into your schedule so you can handle the unexpected. And finally, get your mindset right. Start the week with gratitude and a positive attitude and watch how things start to change. I'm telling you, if you do this, if you take the time to prepare before the week begins, You're going to feel more in control, more focused, and more productive. You're going to be able to handle challenges with confidence, and you're going to make real progress on your goals. And isn't that what we all want? Progress. Success isn't about doing everything perfectly. It's about making progress, step by step, week by week. So take the time to prepare and watch how your life begins to change. Confidence, that belief in yourself, that inner knowing that you can take on the challenges of life, face the difficulties, and still keep moving forward. Confidence is not always easy to come by. In fact, for most of us, it takes time, effort, and a lot of trial and error to build. It's a process, a journey, and sometimes, without even realizing it, we sabotage ourselves along the way. We make mistakes that slowly chip away at our confidence, often without recognizing it. You see, it's not usually the big events that erode our confidence. No, it's the little things. It's the subtle habits, the quiet choices, and the mental traps we fall into day after day. And these seemingly small missteps can accumulate over time, leaving us feeling uncertain, insecure, and far less capable than we truly are. But here's the good news. These mistakes are fixable, every single one of them. If we can identify them, we can address them, and we can start turning the tide. Over time, I've put together 8 of the most common mistakes people make that can ruin their confidence. These are mistakes I've seen over and over again, whether in my own life, in the lives of people I've worked with, or in stories from countless others. So, as we go through each of these, I want you to keep an open mind. Ask yourself if you might be making one or more of these mistakes, even unconsciously. And remember, awareness is the first step to change. Once we see the problem clearly, we're already halfway toward the solution. Here's mistake number 1, comparing yourself to others. This is probably one of the most common mistakes that I see, and it's so easy to fall into this trap. We look around at the people in our lives, and what do? We start comparing. We measure our lives against theirs, and almost inevitably, we come up short. We say to ourselves, why aren't I as successful as they are? Why don't I have what they have? But here's the thing. You're never seeing the full picture. You're only seeing the surface. And when you compare your inner life, your struggles, your challenges, your insecurities to someone else's outer life, you're setting yourself up for disappointment. You don't see the battles they've fought. You don't know the sacrifices they've made. You don't know what they've gone through to get where they are. All you see is the result, and you're comparing it to your journey, which is still unfolding. Comparison is a confidence killer. It's a thief that sneaks into your mind and robs you of your self-worth. It tells you that you're not enough, that you don't measure up, and that you'll never be as good as someone else. But here's what I've learned. Your journey is unique. Your path is yours alone, and it can't be compared to anyone else's. When you spend your time focusing on what someone else has, you lose sight of what you're building. You lose sight of your own strengths, your own progress, and the things that make you special. One of the best ways to break the habit of comparison is to turn your focus inward. Instead of measuring yourself against others, measure yourself against where you were yesterday. Ask yourself, am I growing? Am I improving? Am I moving in the direction of my goals? If the answer is yes, then you're on the right track, and that's all that matters. Your only competition is yourself. You see, we're all at different stages in life. You might be looking at someone who's been working at their craft for 10 years, and you've only just started. It's not fair to compare their chapter 20 to your chapter 2. You've got your own story to write, and it's going to unfold in its own time. Be patient with yourself. So, here's my challenge to you. The next time you catch yourself comparing your life to someone else's, stop. And remind yourself of this truth. You are on your own journey. Their success doesn't take away from your potential. Their accomplishments don't diminish your value. Focus on your growth, your path, and what you're creating. That's where true confidence comes from. Next, you have to stop seeking approval from others. It's part of human nature. We want to be liked. We want to fit in. We want to be accepted. But when your sense of self-worth is tied to the opinions of others, you're walking on shaky ground. You're giving away your power. And I'm telling you, nothing erodes confidence faster than constantly looking outside yourself for validation. Every time you rely on someone else's opinion to feel good about yourself, you're giving them control over how you feel. If they approve of you, you're on top of the world. But what happens when they don't? What happens when you don't get that pat on the back or the praise you were hoping for? Suddenly, you start to question yourself. Maybe I'm not good enough. Maybe I'm not doing things right. And there it goes. Your confidence takes a hit. You see, the problem with seeking approval is that it's never enough. Even if you get it, it's fleeting. It doesn't last. You might feel great for a moment, but then you're right back to square one, needing that next dose of validation. It becomes a cycle, a dependency, and over time, it chips away at your sense of who you are. Because if your worth is based on what others think, what happens when their opinions change? What happens when the applause stops? You lose your footing. Now, don't get me wrong. Feedback and constructive criticism are valuable. I'm not saying you should ignore the insights of others, but there's a big difference between seeking feedback to grow and seeking approval to feel worthy. And when you're constantly chasing approval, you're not living authentically. You're not being true to yourself. Instead, you're bending and twisting to fit into what you think others want you to be. And that's exhausting. It's a never-ending chase that leads nowhere. One of the most liberating things you can do for your confidence is to stop needing everyone's approval. Not everyone is going to like you. Not everyone is going to agree with you. And that's okay. In fact, it's more than okay. It's normal. You can't please everyone, and you shouldn't try to. What matters is that you're living in alignment with your values, your goals, and your truth. When you do that, you start to build a foundation of confidence that's unshakable because it's not dependent on anyone else. Early in my career, I had a lot of people telling me what I should do, how I should speak, how I should run my business. And for a while, I listened. I tried to follow their advice because I thought, well, they must know better than I do. But you know what happened? I lost my voice. I started to feel disconnected from my own message because I was so focused on trying to please everyone around me. It wasn't until I stopped seeking approval and started trusting myself that things really began to change. That's when my business took off, my confidence grew, and I began to connect with people in a much deeper way. Not because I was trying to get them to like me, but because I was being myself. I was being authentic. So here's the key takeaway. Stop giving others the power to determine your worth. Approval is nice, but it's not necessary. You have to approve of yourself first. You have to be the one who decides that you're good enough, that you're capable, that you're worthy. And when you do that, something amazing happens. You start to attract the right people. The ones who see you for who you truly are, who appreciate you without you having to chase after their approval. Confidence is an inside job. It comes from knowing who you are and being okay with it, regardless of what others think. It comes from standing firm in your own shoes and saying, this is who I am, and that's enough. So the next time you catch yourself seeking approval, stop and ask yourself, why do I need this? What am I trying to prove? And then remind yourself, you don't need anyone's permission to be yourself. You're already enough, just as you are. Next, stop talking bad about yourself. We all have that voice in our heads. Some people call it the inner critic. Others might just call it their thoughts. But here's the truth. That voice, if left unchecked, can be one of the most damaging things to your confidence. The way you talk to yourself, the words you use, and the thoughts you entertain have a massive impact on how you feel about yourself. How often do you catch yourself saying things like, I'm not good enough. I always mess things up. Or, why can't I ever get it right? Maybe you don't say them out loud, but if those thoughts are running through your mind, they're quietly eroding your self-esteem. And over time, these small, seemingly harmless phrases start to shape your identity. You start to believe them. You see, the mind is a powerful thing. It believes what you tell it. If you feed it negative thoughts, it will start to look for evidence to back them up. It's like programming a computer. You input negative data and you get negative output. But here's the good news. You can reprogram it. You can change the script. But first, you have to be aware of what you're telling yourself on a daily basis. Because it's happening in the privacy of your own mind, you might think it's not that big of a deal. But make no mistake, it is. That internal dialogue is shaping your confidence, for better or for worse. Now, one of the biggest mistakes people make is thinking that if they're hard on themselves, it will somehow motivate them to do better. They think, if I criticize myself enough, I'll push myself to improve. But that couldn't be further from the truth. All that negative self-talk does is beat you down. It makes you feel smaller, weaker, and less capable. And over time, it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. You start to live out the very things you've been telling yourself. Ask yourself, would you ever speak to a friend the way you speak to yourself? Would you ever look at someone you care about and say, you're such a failure. You'll never get it right? Of course not. So why do we think it's okay to speak to ourselves that way? If anything, we need to be kinder, more supportive, and more encouraging to ourselves than anyone else. Because at the end of the day, you're with yourself 24 hours a day. If you're not on your own side, who will be? Here's a simple exercise to help shift that negative self-talk. The next time you catch yourself saying something negative about yourself, stop and ask, is this really true? Is this fact? Or is it just a thought? Often you'll find that it's just a thought. a fleeting moment of doubt, not a hard fact about who you are. And then replace that thought with something more positive, or at least neutral. For example, instead of saying, I always mess up, you could say, sometimes things don't go as planned, but I'm learning and getting better every day. It might feel strange at first, but the more you practice this, the more you'll start to change the way you talk to yourself. And when you change the way you talk to yourself, you change the way you feel about yourself. When you believe in yourself, your actions follow suit. So, my challenge to you is this. Pay attention to your inner dialogue. Start catching those negative thoughts as soon as they arise and consciously replace them with something better. It doesn't have to be overly positive or unrealistic, just something that builds you up rather than tears you down. Confidence begins in the mind, and the words you choose can either lift you higher or drag you lower. Choose wisely. Next, the fear of failure. This may be the worst mistake, the fear of failure. It's something that every one of us has experienced at some point. It's that little voice in your head that says, what if I try and it doesn't work? What if I fail? What if I make a fool of myself? And so, what do? We hold back. We don't give it our all. We play it safe and we stick to what's comfortable. And while we might avoid the sting of failure in the short term, we also miss out on the growth, the learning, and the opportunities that come from stepping outside of our comfort zones. Here's what I've learned. The fear of failure is one of the biggest confidence killers because it paralyzes you. It keeps you stuck. It makes you second guess yourself before you even start. And over time, if you give into that fear, you start to believe that you're not capable. You start to shrink your vision, lower your goals, and settle for less than you're capable of. And that does a number on your confidence because deep down, you know you're not living up to your potential. The problem with fearing failure is that it makes you focus on the wrong thing. You see, failure isn't the enemy. In fact, failure is a part of the process. It's something we all go through on the way to success. But when you're afraid of failing, you start to see failure as a reflection of your worth. You start to think, if I fail, that means I'm not good enough. But I'm telling you, failure doesn't define you. It's what you do after the failure that matters. It's how you pick yourself up, learn from the experience, and keep moving forward. Here's the thing about failure. It's not permanent. It's just a moment in time. But if you let the fear of failure keep you from trying, that missed opportunity can be permanent. And missed opportunities chip away at your confidence far more than failure ever could. When you look back and think, I could have done that, but I didn't because I was afraid, that's when regret starts to set in. And regret is far worse than failure because it's something you carry with you. But when you try, even if you fail, you know you gave it your best shot. You know you stepped up to the plate. And that alone builds confidence. Now, here's a shift I want you to make when it comes to failure. Instead of asking, what if I fail? Start asking, what if I succeed? You see, the mind will always try to protect you from perceived danger. And failure feels like a threat to the mind. But what if instead of focusing on the worst case scenario, you start focusing on the best case scenario? What if things go right? What if this attempt leads to your next big breakthrough? Shifting your focus in this way opens up new possibilities and allows you to move forward with courage rather than hesitation. One of my mentors once told me, You've got to fail your way to success. At the time, I didn't fully understand what he meant, but now I do. He wasn't telling me to go out and purposely fail, but rather to embrace failure as part of the process. You can't succeed without it. And every failure brings you one step closer to where you want to be. The problem is, too many people are so afraid of the discomfort of failure that they never even start. But here's the truth. The discomfort of failure is temporary, but the rewards of persistence are long-lasting. So how do you overcome the fear of failure? By taking action. That's right. Action is the antidote to fear. The more you do, the more you try, the less power fear has over you. You realize that even when things don't go as planned, it's not the end of the world. You're still standing, you're still learning, and you're still growing. And that builds confidence. Confidence doesn't come from never failing. It comes from knowing that even when you fail, you have the ability to get back up and try again. So here's my challenge to you. The next time you feel that fear of failure creeping in, remember this: failure is not the enemy. Fear is. Don't let fear hold you back from going after what you want. Take action. Embrace the lessons in failure. And know that every time you do, you're building a stronger, more resilient version of yourself. That's where true confidence comes from. Not from avoiding failure, but from knowing you can handle it when it comes. Next, you can't keep hanging out with the wrong people. Now, this is one of those mistakes that can sneak up on you because it's not always obvious at first. But I'm telling you, who you spend your time with can either build you up or tear you down. It's one of the greatest influences on your confidence. If you surround yourself with people who constantly criticize, doubt, or discourage you, it won't take long before you start doubting yourself. On the other hand, if you're around people who uplift, encourage, and challenge you to be your best, your confidence will grow naturally. So the question is, who are you spending your time with? You see, confidence is like a garden. It needs the right environment to grow. If you plant seeds in poor soil, they won't thrive, no matter how much potential they have. But if you plant them in rich, nourishing soil, they'll grow strong and flourish. The people you surround yourself with are like that soil. If they're constantly negative, judgmental, or unsupportive, it's like trying to grow in rocky, barren ground. But if they're positive, supportive, and encouraging, they provide the fertile environment your confidence needs to thrive. One of the biggest mistakes people make is holding on to toxic relationships out of habit or fear of change. These relationships can slowly chip away at your confidence, leaving you feeling drained and uncertain. I'm not saying you have to cut people out of your life entirely, but you do need to set boundaries. You need to be selective about who gets access to your energy, your time, and your thoughts. If someone is constantly bringing you down, it's time to limit their influence on your life. Surround yourself with people who believe in you, who see your potential, and who want to see you succeed. When you have people like that in your corner, your confidence will soar. They remind you of your strengths, especially when you're having a hard time seeing them yourself. Let me tell you about a man who changed me. One of the most powerful influences in my own life, Mr. Earl Shoaff. Mr. Shoaff was the kind of person who lifted me up, who saw potential in me that I didn't even see in myself at the time. He didn't tear me down or make me feel small. Instead, he challenged me to think bigger, to aim higher, and to believe that I could achieve great things. Being around someone like Mr. Shoaf changed the way I saw myself. And that's what you want in your life. You want to be around people who inspire you to be more, not less. But let's be real. Sometimes the people who drain your confidence are not easy to avoid. In those cases, you need to learn how to protect your energy. You don't have to absorb their negativity. When they start in with their doubts or criticisms, remind yourself that their words don't define you. Their perspective is just that, their perspective. It's not the truth about who you are or what you're capable of. Keep your focus on your goals and surround yourself with people who reinforce that positive vision. One of the best decisions you can make for your confidence is to actively seek out mentors, friends, and peers who are where you want to be or who are on the same journey of growth. When you surround yourself with people who are striving for greatness, it rubs off on you. You start to see new possibilities, and you start to believe in yourself at a higher level because you're in an environment where success is the expectation, not the exception. So here's my challenge for you. Take a close look at your circle. Are the people around you building you up or tearing you down? Are they helping your confidence grow or causing it to shrink? If they're not supporting you, it's time to make some adjustments. You deserve to be surrounded by people who believe in you, who celebrate your wins, and who encourage you to keep going, even when things get tough. And when you create that kind of environment, you'll be amazed at how much your confidence can grow. Next mistake, not taking care of yourself. Confidence isn't just a mental game, it's a physical one too. If you're not taking care of your body, if you're neglecting your health, it's going to show up in your confidence. Your physical well-being is the foundation for everything else. And when you don't feel good physically, it's hard to feel good mentally and emotionally. Think about it. How do you feel when you're tired, run down, or out of shape? It's hard to stand tall, look people in the eye, and project confidence when you're not feeling your best. On the other hand, when you're taking care of yourself, when you're eating right, exercising, getting enough rest, it changes everything. You have more energy, more clarity, and more strength to face life's challenges. Confidence starts with how you feel in your own skin. Now, I'm not saying you need to have the perfect body or be in the gym 5 days a week to have confidence. That's not what this is about. It's about self-respect. When you take care of your body, you're telling yourself, I'm worth it. I deserve to feel good. And that message, just like negative self-talk, affects your mind. It reinforces a positive self-image, which is key to building confidence. Here's something I've learned over the years. Your body is your vehicle through life. It's the only one you've got. And if you don't maintain it, everything else suffers. Now, I know life gets busy, and sometimes taking care of yourself can feel like just another task on a long to-do list. But I'm here to tell you, it's not optional. It's essential. You can't be your best self if you're running on empty. One of the most common excuses I hear is, I just don't have time. And I get it. We're all busy. But here's the thing. You make time for what's important. If you don't make time for your health now, you'll be forced to make time for illness later. And let me tell you, illness will wreck your confidence faster than anything else. When you're not healthy, when you're constantly tired or in pain, your world shrinks. It's harder to think big, to take risks, and to put yourself out there when you're just trying to make it through the day. So what does taking care of yourself look like? It's not just about hitting the gym or eating salads. It's about creating balance in your life. It's about making sure you're getting enough sleep, managing stress, staying hydrated, and fueling your body with the right nutrients. It's about moving your body in a way that feels good to you. The key is to find something that works for you and stick with it. So, what's the first step? Start small. You don't have to overhaul your entire life overnight. The important thing is to start. Every positive step you take toward taking care of yourself builds momentum. And with that momentum comes confidence. Here's the bottom line. Confidence is about feeling good in your own skin. So make your health a priority, not just because it will make you look better or live longer, but because it will make you feel better. And when you feel better, you show up in the world with more confidence, more energy, and more presence. Next, procrastination. Procrastination doesn't just waste your time. It slowly erodes your confidence. When you put things off, especially the important things, it creates a sense of unease. Deep down, you know you're not doing what you should be doing. And that nagging feeling can turn into self-doubt. You see, procrastination isn't just about laziness. It's often about fear. Fear of failure, fear of making mistakes, or even fear of success. We avoid tasks because they seem overwhelming, or because we're worried we won't do them perfectly. And what happens? We push them off until the last minute, or sometimes we don't do them at all. And then the guilt sets in. And with that guilt comes a hit to our self-esteem. It's a vicious cycle. The more we procrastinate, the worse we feel about ourselves. And the worse we feel, the more we procrastinate. Look, I've seen highly talented, capable people hold themselves back in life because of procrastination. It wasn't that they lacked the skills or the intelligence to succeed. It was simply that they couldn't overcome the habit of putting things off. And it's a habit, one that can be broken, but only if you face it head on. Here's what happens when you procrastinate. You're giving yourself a message, whether you realize it or not. You're telling yourself that you don't trust yourself to handle the task, that you're not up to the challenge. And that message seeps into your confidence. The more you procrastinate, the more you start to believe that you can't rely on yourself to get things done. And that, my friends, is a confidence killer. Because confidence is built on trust. Trust in yourself to follow through, to take action, and to handle what needs to be handled. Now, one of the biggest lies we tell ourselves when we procrastinate is, I'll feel more like doing it tomorrow. But look, tomorrow never comes. If you don't feel like doing it today, chances are you're not going to feel like doing it tomorrow either. So what happens? You keep putting it off, and the task grows larger and larger in your mind until it feels overwhelming. It's like a snowball rolling down a hill, getting bigger and more intimidating with each passing day. And by the time you finally get around to it, you're stressed, rushed, and not doing your best work. That's not how you build confidence. So, how do you break the cycle of procrastination? It starts with taking action. Small action. You don't have to tackle the whole mountain at once. Just take one step. Do one small thing. Because here's the truth. Action is the antidote to procrastination. Once you start moving, even if it's just a little bit, you build momentum. And with that momentum comes a sense of accomplishment. Here's what I do. It's called the 2-minute rule. If a task is going to take less than 2 minutes, do it right away. Don't let it sit on your to-do list, taking up mental space. Just knock it out. It's amazing how much confidence you can build by simply checking things off your list, even the small stuff. And for the bigger tasks, break them down. Don't try to tackle everything at once. Take the first step, then the next. And before you know it, you've made significant progress. Here's the key. Confidence comes from action. Every time you take action, you're reinforcing the belief that you can trust yourself, that you're capable, that you're someone who gets things done. And that's how you build lasting confidence, by proving to yourself day in and day out that you can follow through. So my challenge to you is this. The next time you catch yourself procrastinating, take one small step, just one. It doesn't matter how small it is. Just do something and then keep going. Build that momentum. Remember, the longer you wait, the bigger the task becomes in your mind. But the sooner you take action, the sooner you'll see that you're capable of handling it. And that's what builds confidence. Knowing that you can trust yourself to take action no matter what. Next, one of the biggest mistakes that I see people make is not setting clear goals. Now, this might seem like an obvious one, but it's more powerful than most people realize. One of the biggest confidence killers out there is drifting through life without clear, specific goals. You see, when you don't have a direction, when you're not aiming at something, it's easy to feel lost. And when you're lost, it's hard to feel confident. Confidence grows when you know where you're going and have a plan to get there. Without that sense of direction, it's easy to feel uncertain, unsure of yourself, and eventually you start questioning your abilities. Think about it. How do you feel when you wake up in the morning and you don't really know what you're working toward? When there's no target in sight, no specific goal pulling you forward? It's easy to fall into a pattern of just going through the motions, doing the minimum to get by. And over time, that lack of purpose starts to wear on your confidence because you're not growing, you're not progressing. You're just coasting, and that leaves you feeling stagnant. Now, on the other hand, how do you feel when you've got a clear goal in mind? When you wake up in the morning, knowing exactly what you need to do and why you're doing it. That's when your energy shifts. You feel motivated, driven, and excited about what's ahead. And every time you take a step toward that goal, your confidence gets a little boost. You start to believe in yourself more because you can see the progress you're making. That's the power of having a clear goal. It gives you something to aim for, something to measure yourself against. Here's the thing. Without clear goals, it's easy to lose focus. And when you lose focus, you start to drift. Nothing destroys confidence faster than drifting. It's like being on a boat with no destination in mind, just hoping you'll end up somewhere good. But hoping is not a strategy. If you want to build confidence, you need to take control of the ship and set a course for where you want to go. And that starts with clear, specific goals. Now, a lot of people don't set goals because they're afraid of failing. They think, what if I don't reach it? What if I fall short? But here's the truth. Even if you don't hit the goal exactly as planned, you're still going to be miles ahead of where you were if you hadn't set it at all. Goals give you direction. They give you a purpose. And even when you fall short, the progress you make along the way builds confidence. It's the pursuit of the goal, the action, the effort that strengthens your belief in yourself. You see, goals give you a reason to push through the tough times. They give you something to look forward to, something that makes all the effort worthwhile. And when you're clear on what you're working toward, you stop second-guessing yourself so much. You stop wondering if you're on the right path because you know where you're going. And that certainty, that sense of direction, does wonders for your confidence. Now, I want to make one thing clear. Your goals don't have to be huge to build confidence. In fact, sometimes the smaller goals are the most powerful. those little wins add up. And every time you achieve a goal, no matter how small, it sends a message to your brain. I can do this. I can set my mind to something and accomplish it. And that's how confidence is built, one small win at a time. Here's another thing to keep in mind. Goals need to be specific. Vague goals won't get you very far. You need to define what success looks like for you. What does happiness look like? How will you know when you've achieved it? The more specific you are, the easier it is to create a plan and measure your progress. And when you can measure your progress, you can see how far you've come, which boosts your confidence even more. So, here's my challenge for you. If you don't have clear goals right now, take some time to set them. Think about where you want to be in 6 months, a year, 5 years. What do you want to accomplish? What do you want your life to look like? And then break those big goals down into smaller, actionable steps. The clearer you are about what you want, the easier it will be to take action. And action is what builds confidence. Remember this, confidence comes from knowing you're moving in the right direction, even if it's just one step at a time. Set your goals, make a plan, and take action. You'll be amazed at how quickly your confidence grows when you know where you're going and how you're going to get there. So those are the 8 most common mistakes that people make that can quietly but steadily undermine their confidence. And here's the important part. Each of these mistakes can be corrected. That's the beauty of it. You can turn things around. Confidence isn't something you're born with or something that stays fixed. It's something you build moment by moment, choice by choice. Think about it. How many of these mistakes are present in your life right now? But here's the key takeaway. Confidence isn't something that happens to you. It's something you create. Every time you make a choice that strengthens your belief in yourself, you're building confidence. When you stop comparing yourself to others and start focusing on your own journey, when you stop seeking approval and start trusting your own voice, you're building confidence. When you face your fear of failure, when you take care of your body, when you stop procrastinating and take action, when you set clear goals and start moving toward them step by step, you're building confidence. It's all within your control. Confidence isn't some elusive quality that only a few people have. It's available to anyone who's willing to do the work, to make the changes, and to show up for themselves every single day. Remember this, confidence comes from action. It comes from doing the things that scare you, from proving to yourself that you can handle life's challenges, from living in alignment with your values and your goals. It's not about perfection. It's about progress. It's about showing up, even when you're unsure, and trusting that you'll figure it out along the way. So I want you to commit to one thing. Take action. Even if it's a small step, take it. Because every time you do, you're telling yourself, I can do this. I am capable. And that's how confidence is built. One small step at a time. You've got everything you need within you to become the most confident version of yourself. The only question is, will you take that first step? Building confidence isn't something that happens overnight. It's a process. It's built brick by brick, step by step, experience by experience. Confidence is earned. It's the result of discipline, consistency, and learning to trust yourself. I'm telling you, confidence doesn't come from outside sources. It doesn't come from someone telling you that you're great or from a string of accomplishments. No, those things help. But real confidence comes from within. It's about developing the internal belief that no matter what happens, no matter the setbacks, you can rely on yourself to handle it. And I'm telling you, life will test you on that. It will ask, are you sure you can do this? Are you strong enough? And it's in those moments that your confidence will either rise or crumble. Now, I've spent many years studying human behavior, working with people who wanted to improve their lives, their businesses, their futures. And I'm telling you, one of the foundational pillars of success, whether in business or personal life, is confidence. The kind of confidence that isn't swayed by a bad day, a harsh word, or a failed attempt. The kind of confidence that stands tall no matter what. But how do we build this type of confidence? I'm going to share with you 5 rules I've learned over the years. I've learned these rules from my mentors, from experience, and from observing other extremely successful people. And trust me, it is an art, but it's also a science. There are things you can do, actions you can take to build long-lasting confidence. Not the kind that fades when things get tough, but the kind that grows stronger with each challenge. The first rule for building long-lasting confidence is to master the small disciplines. Now, let me tell you what I mean by that. Confidence doesn't come from doing something grand once in a while. It comes from doing the little things every day, consistently, until they become second nature. You see, it's easy to overlook the small things. But what happens when you start skipping those little things? You start to weaken your foundation. Think about it. If you make a promise to yourself, even a small one, and you don't keep it, you chip away at your own self-belief. You're telling yourself in subtle ways that you can't be trusted. And if you can't trust yourself, how can you be confident? Confidence is built on trust, on knowing that you'll do what you say you'll do, even when it's hard, even when it's inconvenient. The reason this works is because you're training yourself to succeed. Every time you follow through on a small commitment, you're reinforcing the idea that you are someone who does what they say they will do. And over time, that builds a powerful foundation of trust. You're no longer relying on external validation to feel good about yourself. You've built it from within, brick by brick, day by day. But let me be clear. This doesn't mean you have to be perfect. You're going to slip up. You're going to have days where you don't meet your own standards. That's part of being human. But here's the key. When you slip up, get back on track as quickly as possible. Don't let one missed day turn into a missed week and then a missed month. The sooner you get back to your small disciplines, the less damage you'll do to your confidence. Let me ask you something. How often do you keep the promises you make to yourself? Not the big ones, like landing that job or buying that house, but the small ones. Do you follow through on your daily commitments? Because if you're not, that's where you need to start. Confidence isn't about taking giant leaps all the time. It's about taking consistent, small steps in the right direction. It's about mastering the fundamentals. I know a lot of people want to focus on the big picture, the end result. But the truth is, the big picture is made up of a lot of small details. If you neglect the small details, the big picture starts to fall apart. So if you want to build unshakable confidence, start with the small things. Make a promise to yourself today, something small and manageable, and keep it. Then do it again tomorrow and the next day. Over time, you'll see how much your confidence grows, simply because you've proven to yourself that you can be trusted. Every small discipline you master is like putting a coin in your confidence bank. At first, it may seem like you're not making much of a difference, but keep adding those coins. And one day, you'll look back and realize you've built a fortune of confidence. And that kind of confidence, the kind that's built slowly, steadily, with discipline, is the kind that lasts a lifetime. So, my friends, rule number one for building long-lasting confidence is simple. Master the small disciplines. Because if you can trust yourself with the small things, you'll be able to trust yourself with the big things when they come. Next, face your fears. Don't avoid them. Now, this one might make you a little uncomfortable, but I'm telling you, it's essential. Fear is one of the biggest confidence killers out there. It doesn't matter how much you achieve, how much you accomplish. If there's fear lingering in the background, it'll always find a way to erode your confidence. But here's the thing about fear. The more you avoid it, the stronger it gets. It starts to take up more space in your mind, and it controls your actions, your decisions. But when you face it, when you turn around and look it in the eye, you take back control. Confidence isn't the absence of fear. It's the mastery of it. It's about taking action in spite of fear. Because when you face your fears, you take away their power. You become stronger, more resilient, and your confidence grows. Every time you step into the arena of your fears, you come out a little braver, a little more sure of yourself. Now, I'm not saying you need to tackle your biggest fears all at once. Start small. The key is to get in the habit of facing your fears rather than running from them. Because here's the truth. Fear never goes away completely. It's always there, waiting for the right moment to creep back in. But the more you face it, the less control it has over you. Let me ask you something. What are you afraid of right now? What's the one thing you've been avoiding because it makes you uncomfortable? Maybe it's a difficult conversation you need to have, or a goal you've been putting off because you're afraid you won't succeed. Whatever it is, I challenge you to take a step toward it today. It doesn't have to be a giant leap, just a step. Because every step you take toward your fear is a step toward building unshakable confidence. You see, fear is an illusion. It feels real in the moment, but when you push through it, you realize it's just a barrier your mind has created. And once you break through that barrier, you're free. Free to take risks, free to fail, free to succeed. And that freedom, my friends, is the essence of confidence. I've seen so many people hold themselves back because of fear. They have the talent, the skills, the ability, but they let fear stop them from reaching their full potential. Don't let that be you. Don't let fear rob you of the life you could be living. The life of confidence, of purpose, of fulfillment. Remember this, the thing you fear the most is often the thing that will help you grow the most. It's not a coincidence. Fear is like a signpost pointing you toward the areas of your life that need the most work. So when you feel that fear creeping in, don't run from it. Use it as a guide. Ask yourself, what can I learn from this? How can I grow from this? And then take action. Because confidence comes from action, not from avoiding what scares you. So if you want to build lasting confidence, don't shy away from fear. Don't let it dictate your choices. Face it head on. Challenge it. Push through it. And watch as your confidence grows with each victory, no matter how small. The more you face your fears, the less they control you, and the more control you have over your own life. That's rule number 2, my friends. Face your fears. Because confidence is born in the fire of fear. It's forged in those moments when you step up, despite the fear, and prove to yourself that you are stronger than you thought. Next, invest in self-education. Now, I can't stress this enough. Knowledge is power, but it's not just any knowledge that leads to confidence. It's knowledge that's applied, knowledge that's relevant to your goals, your dreams, and your challenges. The more you know, the more you grow. And the more you grow, the more confident you become in your ability to navigate through life, solve problems, and create opportunities. I've seen it time and time again. People who feel uncertain about their abilities, who lack confidence in a certain area of their lives, often do so because they don't feel equipped. They don't feel like they have the tools or the know-how to succeed. And that's where self-education comes in. Because here's the key. Formal education will make you a living, but self-education will make you a fortune. I wasn't born into wealth. I didn't have all the advantages some people think you need to succeed. But what I did have was the desire to learn. When I first got started in business, I didn't know much about how to sell, how to lead, how to build relationships. But I didn't let that stop me. I started reading books, attending seminars, seeking out mentors. I soaked up knowledge like a sponge. And every new piece of information I gained made me feel a little more confident. One of my greatest teachers, Mr. Schoaf, taught me the value of continuous learning. He said, you've got to work harder on yourself than you do on your job. I didn't fully understand that at first. I thought, well, if I work hard at my job, won't that be enough? But he explained that your job is only one part of your life. It can provide you with a living, sure. But if you want to live well, if you want to build lasting success and confidence, you've got to invest in yourself. You've got to become more valuable. And the way you become more valuable is through education, self-education. Now, self-education doesn't always mean formal schooling. In fact, most of the education that will truly change your life won't come from a classroom. It'll come from books, from experiences, from mentors, from the world around you. One of the best investments you can make is in your own personal library. Fill it with books that inspire you, that challenge you, that teach you something new. Read biographies of people who have succeeded in areas you want to grow in. Study philosophy, psychology, business, health, whatever is relevant to your life and your goals. And here's the thing, you don't have to read 100 books a year. Just start with one. One good book can change your entire perspective, and with it, your level of confidence. Let me give you an example. I remember reading Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill. That book had a profound impact on me. Not because it told me something I didn't already know deep down, but because it gave me the language, the structure to understand success and the mindset that creates it. It was like a light bulb went off. And every time I read something new, I felt more equipped, more capable, more confident in my ability to create the life I wanted. But it's not just about reading. It's about applying what you learn. You can fill your head with all kinds of great ideas, but if you don't put them into practice, they won't do you much good. That's why I always tell people, don't just learn, do. Take what you've learned and use it. If you're learning about leadership, start leading. If you're learning about sales, start selling. If you're learning about health, start making healthier choices. It's in the doing that real confidence is built. Because once you see the results of your knowledge in action, your belief in yourself skyrockets. And another thing about self-education, it never stops. Confidence comes from growth, and growth is a lifelong process. You'll never reach a point where you know everything there is to know, and that's a good thing. Because the moment you stop learning, you stop growing. And when you stop growing, your confidence starts to stagnate. So if you want to keep building confidence throughout your life, commit to being a lifelong learner. Stay curious. Stay open to new ideas, new perspectives. The world is always changing, and the more you adapt and grow, the more confident you'll become in your ability to handle whatever comes your way. Start small. The key is to start. Don't let the perfect plan get in the way of taking the first step. Ask yourself, when was the last time you invested in your own education? I'm not talking about a degree or a certificate. I'm talking about learning something new, something that could help you grow as a person, as a professional, as a leader. If it's been a while, I challenge you to make a commitment today. Whatever it is, take action. Because every new piece of knowledge you gain is another tool in your confidence toolbox. Here's the bottom line. Knowledge breeds confidence. When you know more, you can do more. And when you can do more, you feel more confident in your ability to succeed. So, invest in yourself. Invest in your mind, your skills, your abilities. That investment will pay dividends for the rest of your life, not just in terms of success, but in terms of the unshakable confidence that comes from knowing you are always growing, always improving, always learning. Remember this, the more you learn, the more you earn. Not just in money, but in confidence, in opportunity, in fulfillment. So if you want to build long-lasting confidence, make self-education a priority. Because the person who keeps learning is the person who keeps growing. And the person who keeps growing is the person who's confident enough to handle whatever life throws their way. Next, surround yourself with the right people. Who you spend your time with has a profound impact on your confidence. If you want to build and maintain strong, lasting confidence, you need to be very intentional about the company you keep. The people around you are either lifting you up or pulling you down. They're either filling you with doubt and negativity, or they're supporting you. There's no in between. So the question is, who's in your circle? Who are you spending your time with? Because if you're surrounded by people who are constantly putting you down, criticizing your dreams, or doubting your potential, I guarantee your confidence will suffer. Here's what I want you to understand. Confidence is contagious, just like doubt is contagious. If you're surrounded by people who believe in you, who push you to be better, who encourage you to take risks, and go after your dreams, that energy will rub off on you. You'll start to believe in yourself more because you've got people in your corner who believe in you. But if you're surrounded by people who are negative, who complain, who focus on everything that's wrong instead of what's possible, that negativity will infect you. It'll seep into your thoughts, and before you know it, you'll start doubting yourself, even if you don't realize why. I've seen this happen so many times. Tell me, who's in your circle right now? Are they lifting you up, or are they dragging you down? Do they believe in you, or do they make you question your abilities? These are tough questions, but they're important ones. Because if you want to build real, lasting confidence, you need to surround yourself with the right people. People who push you to be your best, who believe in your potential, who won't let you settle for anything less than you're capable of. Now, that doesn't mean you have to cut ties with everyone who doesn't share your vision. I'm not saying you need to walk away from family or friends just because they're not as driven as you are. But you do need to be mindful of how much time and energy you're giving to people who don't support your growth. And you need to make sure you're intentionally seeking out relationships with people who inspire you, who challenge you, and who help you become the person you want to be. You see, success and confidence are team sports. Nobody does it alone. We all need a support system, a group of people who push us forward when we start to slow down, who pick us up when we fall, and who remind us of our potential when we start to doubt ourselves. That's why one of the greatest investments you can make in your confidence is in your relationships. Find mentors who have walked the path you want to walk. Surround yourself with friends who have big dreams, who aren't afraid to take risks, who are committed to their own personal growth. Because when you're around people like that, you can't help but grow too. And here's another thing. It's not just about who you spend your time with. It's about the quality of those relationships. Are you having deep, meaningful conversations with the people around you? Or are you just talking about the weather? Are your interactions uplifting and motivating, or are they draining and discouraging? Quality matters just as much as quantity when it comes to relationships that build confidence. One of the things I've learned is that confidence is built in community. When you're part of a group of like-minded people, people who share your values, your goals, and your commitment to growth, you become stronger. You start to believe in yourself more because you see the people around you believing in themselves. It creates a positive cycle. Their confidence boosts your confidence, and your confidence boosts theirs. So, here's my advice to you. Take a good, hard look at your relationships. Are you surrounded by people who believe in your potential? If not, it's time to make some changes. Start seeking out new relationships, new mentors, new communities where confidence is the norm, not the exception. Remember, confidence isn't built in isolation. It's built in the company of people who see the best in you, even when you can't see it in yourself. So surround yourself with the right people and watch how your confidence grows as a result. Next, failure as part of the process. Now, this might seem counterintuitive at first. Failure and confidence don't seem like they go together, do they? Most people think confidence comes from success, from getting things right, from winning. But here's what's important. Real confidence isn't built from avoiding failure. It's built from understanding that failure is a necessary part of the journey to success. The more comfortable you get with failure, the more confident you'll become. And I get it. I hear it all the time. Failure hurts. It's embarrassing. It knocks me down. And you're right, failure isn't fun. But here's what you have to remember. Failure isn't the opposite of success. It's part of the same path. Everyone who has ever succeeded at anything has failed many, many times. The difference between people who build lasting confidence and those who don't is how they respond to failure. Mr. Shoaff said, failure is simply a few errors in judgment repeated every day. But success is the opposite. It's a few simple disciplines practiced every day. The key is to learn from those errors and keep moving forward. That was a game changer for me. I realized that failure wasn't a dead end. It was feedback. It was telling me where I needed to improve, where I needed to adjust, where I needed to grow. And the more I embraced that mindset, the more confident I became in my ability to succeed. Because here's the thing. When you're no longer afraid of failing, when you understand that failure is just part of the process, it stops holding you back. You start to take more risks, try more things, and as a result, you grow more confident. Ask yourself, how do you react when you fail? Do you beat yourself up? Do you start doubting your abilities? Do you let it stop you from trying again? Because if that's the case, it's time to change your relationship with failure. Instead of seeing it as a reflection of your abilities, start seeing it as a tool for learning and growth. Every time you fail, you're learning something valuable about yourself, about the process, about what works and what doesn't. And that learning is what leads to success. Imagine you're learning to ride a bike. Now, nobody gets on a bike for the first time and rides perfectly. What happens? You wobble, you fall, you scrape your knees. But does that mean you can't ever ride a bike? Of course not. You get back on, a little wiser, a little more aware of how to balance, how to steer, how to move forward. And eventually, after enough practice and enough falls, you're riding confidently. The same is true in life. Every time you fall, you're learning. And every time you get back up, your confidence grows. And here's something to consider. The fear of failure is often worse than the failure itself. How many times have you avoided doing something because you were afraid it wouldn't work out? Maybe you didn't apply for that job because you didn't think you'd get it. Maybe you didn't ask that person out because you feared rejection. Or maybe you didn't pursue a dream because you were afraid of falling short. But here's the truth. In avoiding failure, you're also avoiding success. You're playing small, staying in your comfort zone. And that's no way to build confidence. So, if you want to be more confident, you have to get comfortable with the idea of failing. Not just comfortable, embrace it. See it as a badge of honor. Because every failure means you're trying, you're learning, you're growing. And the more you fail, the closer you get to success. Now, I want to be clear. This doesn't mean you should go out and fail on purpose. What I'm saying is that when failure happens, and it will, you need to see it as part of the process, not the end of the road. You need to extract the lesson, make adjustments, and keep moving forward. Every time you do that, you build resilience. And resilience is one of the key ingredients of lasting confidence. Ask yourself, what's something you failed at recently? How did you respond? Did you let it knock you down for too long? Or did you use it as an opportunity to learn and improve? If you haven't embraced your failures yet, now's the time. Start seeing them as stepping stones, not stumbling blocks. Because here's the truth. The only real failure is the failure to learn from your mistakes. Success is going from failure to failure without losing enthusiasm. Isn't that a beautiful way to look at it? Because it's not the failure that defines you. It's how you respond to it. It's your willingness to keep going, to keep trying, to keep believing in yourself, even when things don't go as planned. That's where confidence comes from. Not from getting it right every time, but from knowing that no matter how many times you get it wrong, you'll keep moving forward. So if you want to build lasting confidence, stop fearing failure. Embrace it. Learn from it. Use it as a tool for growth. Because the more you fail and keep going, the more confident you become in your ability to succeed. And that, my friends, is how real, unshakable confidence is built. Remember this, failure isn't fatal and it isn't final. It's just part of the journey. The only way to truly fail is to give up. So as long as you're learning and moving forward, you're on the path to success. And with every step, your confidence will grow stronger. So, building long-lasting confidence isn't about a one-time effort. It's not something you achieve and then forget about. No, it's a lifelong journey, one that requires constant attention, growth, and discipline. But the good news is by following these 5 rules, you can build a foundation of confidence that will stand the test of time, no matter what life throws at you. But remember, confidence is built over time, through action, through learning, and through resilience. It's not about never failing, never doubting, or never feeling fear. It's about how you respond to those moments. It's about what you do next. Confidence comes from knowing that you can rely on yourself, that you have the tools, the mindset, and the support system to handle whatever comes your way. Take these 5 rules and start applying them in your life today. Remember, it's not about being perfect. It's about making progress. Every step you take in the direction of growth, no matter how small, is a step toward building that long-lasting confidence you're looking for. Trust yourself, stay disciplined, and keep moving forward. The more you do, the more confident you'll become, and the more you'll be able to create the life you want. It's about time, and in particular, the time we've been conditioned to take for granted. I'm talking about the weekend. Now, what's the common idea about weekends? Most people are waiting for them to arrive so they can shut off, shut down, unplug, escape. They spend the entire week just grinding, looking forward to those precious 2 days of relaxation. And don't get me wrong, rest is important. But ask yourself, is that what separates the top 1% from the other 99%? Is that what builds success? Is that the key to living an extraordinary life? No, it's not. The weekend is a hidden treasure chest of opportunity. It's that extra slice of time that you can use to leap ahead while everyone else is coasting. Think about it. When are your competitors taking it easy? It's usually on the weekend. And that's exactly why the weekend is for outworking the competition. I want you to imagine 2 people, person A and person B. Now, person A works hard Monday through Friday. They put in their hours, they give it their best effort, and they do everything that's asked of them. But come Friday evening, they switch off. They put their feet up, maybe have a drink, watch TV, go out with friends, spend the weekend doing anything but thinking about their goals. Person B also works hard Monday through Friday, but they understand something. They understand that while everyone else is relaxing, there's an open window to get ahead. So they use their weekend differently. They don't spend all of it working. No, that's not what I'm saying. They take some time to rest, sure. But they also carve out hours for reading, learning, working on their side projects, planning, and sharpening their skills. Maybe they're not putting in a full day of work on Saturday, but they're certainly putting in the effort to keep moving forward. Now, fast forward a year. Which of those two people do you think will be further ahead? It's obvious, right? Person B. And it's not because they're necessarily smarter or more talented. It's because they leverage the time that most people waste. They understood the power of the weekend. And that's the key here. If you want to be extraordinary, if you want to build something that lasts, something meaningful, you have to be willing to do what the ordinary won't do. And that starts with recognizing that the weekend is not a time to coast. The weekend is for outworking the competition. So what does that really look like? Now, I'm not saying you should work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I'm not saying you should burn yourself out. There's a balance here. But what I'm saying is this. There's a mindset shift that needs to happen. Most people think the weekend is a reward for working hard during the week. But the top performers, they see the weekend as the foundation for the next week. They use it to gain momentum. Momentum is one of the most powerful forces in life. Once you've got it, it's easier to keep it going. But when you lose it, it takes a tremendous amount of energy to get it back. So, if you spend Monday to Friday building momentum, why would you want to lose it over the weekend? If you take 2 or 3 days off every single week, that's like hitting the reset button over and over. You're starting from scratch every Monday morning. Instead of building on what you did the previous week, you're rebuilding. The greats, the ones who truly excel, don't let that happen. They keep the momentum going, even on the weekend. They know that success doesn't care what day of the week it is. You spend just 2 hours each day on the weekend working on your goals, or even working on a project you're passionate about. 2 hours on Saturday, 2 hours on Sunday. That's 4 extra hours each week. Multiply that by 52 weeks in a year, and you've got an extra 208 hours. That's more than 5 full work weeks of extra effort. Now, do you think someone who's putting in 5 extra work weeks a year might have a slight edge over their competition? You bet they do. That's the power of consistent effort. And that's what separates the average from the exceptional. It's not about doing a lot in a short burst of time. It's about doing a little bit more consistently over the long term. You see, success is not a big thing. It's a bunch of little things done well, day after day, week after week. So when you think about the weekend, I want you to start thinking about it differently. Don't see it as time to escape. See it as time to invest. Time to invest in your future. Because here's the truth. While everyone else is resting, while everyone else is taking it easy, you have the opportunity to put in the work that will set you apart. I've always believed in the philosophy that you should work harder on yourself than you do on your job. And the weekend is the perfect time to do that. Maybe during the week you're busy with your career, your job, your responsibilities. But the weekend, that's when you can focus on yourself. That's when you can read the books, listen to the seminars, write down your goals, and plan out your vision. Think about it. What would happen if you spent your weekends improving yourself by just 1% every week? Just 1%. It sounds small, but over time, that compounds. Over a year, that's a 52% improvement. And that's huge. That's life-changing. But it doesn't happen by accident. It happens by choice. It happens when you decide that the weekend is for outworking the competition. And most people will say, don't I need time to rest? Don't I need time to enjoy myself? Absolutely you do. But I'm telling you, the joy you get from spending time working on your dreams, from seeing progress, from feeling like you're moving forward, that joy is different from the temporary pleasure you get from sitting on the couch and doing nothing. There's nothing wrong with taking a break. But here's what you need to remember. Life rewards effort. Life rewards those who are willing to put in the work when no one else is watching. You've got to fall in love with the process. You've got to fall in love with the grind. And that's especially true on the weekend. Discipline is the bridge between goals and accomplishment. And that bridge is built day by day, week by week. But the challenge is, most people don't want to build it on the weekends. Most people think discipline is something you apply Monday through Friday. But discipline doesn't take days off. Discipline doesn't care if it's Saturday or Sunday. It's there, ready for you to pick it up and use it. And here's something else. The weekend is also a great time to get creative. You know, sometimes during the week, we get caught up in the routine. We get so busy doing what we need to do that we don't have time to think creatively, to explore new ideas, to dream big. The weekend is perfect for that. When your mind is a little more relaxed, when you're not as rushed, that's when you can start to think outside the box. That's when you can brainstorm, come up with new strategies, and start thinking about how you're going to take things to the next level. I want you to see the weekend as your laboratory. It's your time to experiment. Try new things. See what works. See what doesn't. Use that time to test out new ideas, new approaches, new habits. Because that's how you grow. That's how you evolve. And that's how you stay ahead of the competition. Now, when I say the weekend is for outworking the competition, I don't just mean the people around you. Sure, there are always going to be people who are working hard, and you want to stay ahead of them. But the real competition, the most important competition, is with yourself. It's about being better today than you were yesterday. It's about improving just a little bit every single day, every single weekend. And here's the truth. You don't have to be the best in the world on day one. You don't even have to be the best on day 100. You just have to be willing to keep getting better. Weekends are your opportunity to do that. While everyone else is staying the same, you're improving. While everyone else is coasting, you're moving forward. And over time, that difference adds up. It's like compound interest. Small improvements over a long period of time lead to massive results. Mr. Shoaff taught me something that changed the way I looked at time and effort. He said, success is nothing more than a few simple disciplines practiced every day. Think about that. Simple disciplines practiced every day. Not just Monday through Friday. Not just when you feel like it. Every day, including the weekends. That's why the weekend is so important. It's a time to practice discipline. It's a time to reinforce the habits that will lead you to success. It's a time to put in the work that others aren't willing to do. Here's a huge key to success. Understand that it's not just what you do during the day that matters. It's what you do in those quiet hours when the day is winding down that can shape your future just as much. Those moments before sleep, they're powerful. The day is done, the rush is over, but this is when successful people really set themselves apart. It's how they close out the day that helps them start the next one on the right foot. Successful people have habits, disciplines, routines. But it's not just about what happens when the sun's up. It's about what they do right before they turn off the lights. What happens in those last few moments before their head hits the pillow. Why is this important? Your night routine can be just as critical as your morning routine. The decisions you make before bed can either set you up for a productive, powerful tomorrow or leave you scrambling, stressed, and behind. The goal is to lay the foundation for the next day while also ensuring that you rest well, recharge, and rejuvenate. But I'm telling you, none of this happens by accident. Success never comes from luck or happenstance. It comes from being intentional, from knowing what's important and making sure you give it your time and energy. So, what are those things that successful people do before they go to bed? What are the habits that allow them to wake up with clarity, focus, and energy, ready to take on the day with full force? Let's dive into those routines, those disciplines, and understand how you can implement them in your life. Because when you start shaping your evenings with success in mind, you'll begin to see a whole new level of results. The first thing successful people do before bed is they review their day. They take the time to reflect on what they accomplished, what went well, and what could have been done better. Now, this isn't some long, drawn-out process. It's not about dwelling on mistakes or wishing things had gone differently. No, it's about gaining clarity. When you take just a few minutes to go over the events of your day, you give yourself the chance to learn. And learning is what makes the difference. It's about being honest with yourself. Did you hit your goals for the day? Did you manage your time well? Did you give your best effort in everything you did? You've got to ask yourself these questions, because if you don't, you'll never know where you stand. Most people go to bed without a thought about what they did that day, and they wake up just as unprepared for the next one. But successful people, those who are really serious about improving, they don't leave these things to chance. You might think that reviewing your day sounds simple, and it is. But that's where the power lies. It's in the simplicity of the act. Just a few minutes of reflection can provide a tremendous amount of insight. Maybe you notice that you spent too much time on distractions, or you realize that you didn't follow through on a key commitment. That's okay. The goal isn't to beat yourself up over it. It's to recognize it and adjust. Think of it this way. Every day is a stepping stone toward the future you're building. If you don't stop to look back and evaluate your progress, How will you know if you're moving in the right direction? Successful people take that time to review because they understand that the road to success is paved with awareness and improvement. They know that by recognizing what went well and what didn't, they can make better decisions tomorrow. And this reflection doesn't just stop at work or business. It's not just about looking at your to-do list and seeing if you crossed off all the tasks. No, this goes deeper. It's about relationships, health, mindset. Did you spend quality time with your family? Did you take care of your body? Did you maintain a positive attitude even in challenging situations? These are the kinds of questions you want to be asking yourself because they shape the overall quality of your life. Now, after reviewing the day, successful people don't stop there. They take that insight and use it to plan for tomorrow. Reflection without action doesn't lead to change. You've got to be willing to take what you've learned and use it to make the next day better. This habit of nightly review helps successful people stay on course. It helps them correct mistakes before they become habits. And it keeps them focused on what really matters. Here's the key. When you review your day, you have to be objective. Don't let emotions cloud your judgment. This isn't about feeling guilty for what you didn't do. It's about understanding why it didn't happen and figuring out how to fix it. Did you procrastinate? Did you let distractions pull you away from your priorities? Be honest, but be fair to yourself too. The goal is progress, not perfection. Now, if you make this a nightly habit, you'll start to see patterns. You'll notice that certain things keep showing up, both the good and the bad. And once you're aware of those patterns, you can start to change them. That's where the real power comes in. Reflection isn't just about looking back. So tonight, before you go to bed, take a few minutes to review your day. Ask yourself the tough questions. What did I do well? Where did I fall short? What can I improve tomorrow? And as you do this consistently, you'll find that your days become more intentional, your actions more aligned with your goals, and your results will start to reflect that effort. Successful people understand that every day is an opportunity to get better, but it all starts with reflection. Now, I'm telling you, once you make this a habit, you'll feel a sense of control over your life that you may not have felt before. You'll stop drifting from one day to the next, and you'll start living with purpose, with direction. That's what it means to review your day. It's not about perfection. It's about progression. So remember, the first thing successful people do before bed is they take the time to review their day. They learn from it, they adjust, and they prepare to make tomorrow even better. It's a simple habit, but like most simple things, it can make a world of difference if you commit to it. Success is built on these kinds of small, consistent actions. It's not the grand gestures, it's the daily disciplines. The second thing successful people do before bed is they plan for tomorrow. Now, planning, it's not something that just happens on its own. It takes intention, effort, and clarity of mind. But I'm telling you, successful people understand that if you want to win the day, you've got to start the night before. They don't leave tomorrow to chance. They craft it, they mold it, and they do it before their head hits the pillow. Here's what you have to remember. The mind is an incredible tool, but it's also like a sponge. If you leave your mind soaking in chaos, if you go to bed with worries, with an unorganized agenda, you wake up with the same mess. The night is a powerful time for setting your subconscious on the right track. Successful people know that when they take a few minutes to plan for the next day, they're actually telling their mind what to work on while they sleep. Now, I know what some of you might be thinking. I'm too tired to plan tomorrow before bed. But here's the thing. Successful people don't wait until they feel like it to plan. They make it a discipline because they know that failing to plan is planning to fail. It's not just a saying, it's the truth. If you wake up in the morning without a clear plan, you spend half your day trying to figure out what you're supposed to be doing. And by the time you've got it sorted, half the day is already gone. So, what do successful people do? They don't wait until the chaos of the morning to decide what's important. They decide the night before. They take a few minutes to look at their goals, to assess what needs to get done, and they lay it all out. They make decisions in advance. And because of that, when the morning comes, they're ready to hit the ground running. Now, here's an important distinction. Planning for tomorrow doesn't mean filling up your day with busy work. No. Successful people don't plan every minute just to stay busy. They plan strategically. They ask themselves, what are the most important things I need to accomplish tomorrow? What are the high-impact activities that will move me closer to my goals? It's about prioritizing, not just making a list of things to do. Too many people confuse activity with achievement. They think, if I'm busy, I must be making progress. But successful people know better. They know that busyness is not the same as productivity. So when they plan for tomorrow, they focus on the few things that matter most, the tasks that will have the biggest impact, the projects that align with their long-term vision. Imagine you've got a goal to grow your business, or improve your health, or build a stronger relationship. Now, there are 100 things you could do tomorrow, but not all of them will move the needle. Successful people understand this. They know they can't do everything, but they can do the most important things. And that's what they plan for. So they take a look at their long-term goals and they ask themselves, what can I do tomorrow that will bring me closer to achieving this goal? They focus on progress, not perfection. And because they've planned ahead, they can go to sleep with a clear mind, knowing that they're prepared for whatever the next day brings. And I'm telling you, planning doesn't just stop at work or business. It's about the whole day. Successful people plan their personal time too. They don't leave their health or their relationships to chance. They make time for their workouts, their family, their hobbies, because they understand that success is about balance. If you let one area of your life fall apart, it eventually affects everything else. So they make sure that their plans for tomorrow include time for all the important areas of life. Now, here's the beauty of planning. When you plan for tomorrow before bed, you relieve yourself of decision fatigue. You don't wake up stressed, wondering what you're supposed to do or where to start. You've already decided. You've already taken the time to prioritize. And that frees up your mental energy to focus on execution. You get out of bed with purpose, with clarity. And that's how successful people are able to be so effective. I remember a time when I first started implementing this habit, planning the night before. I found that just a few minutes of thought in the evening made a tremendous difference in how my day unfolded. I wasn't scrambling in the morning, trying to figure out what to focus on. Instead, I had a plan. And I'm telling you, when you have a plan, you move with confidence. You act with intention. And that changes everything. It's also important to mention that successful people stay flexible with their plans. you know, life can throw you curveballs. No matter how well you plan, things can come up. But because they've taken the time to plan ahead, they can adapt. They can adjust without losing sight of what's most important. Planning gives you that ability. It gives you structure, but it also gives you the freedom to pivot when necessary. So, here's the takeaway. If you want to be successful, if you want to achieve your goals, you can't afford to just wing it every day. You've got to be intentional. You've got to take control of your time. And the best time to do that is before you go to bed. It doesn't take long, just a few minutes to map out your priorities, to decide what's important, and to set yourself up for success. That's what successful people do. They don't leave tomorrow to chance. They don't wake up unprepared. They plan, they prioritize, and because of that, they're able to get more done in a day than most people do in a week. And it all starts the night before. The third thing successful people do before bed is they disconnect. Now, this one might seem simple, but I'm telling you, it's a game changer. In today's world, it's easy to stay connected to everything all the time. But here's what successful people know. There's a time to be connected, and there's a time to be unplugged. Why is this so important? Because your mind needs rest. And I'm not just talking about sleep. Your mind needs time away from the noise, time to relax, reset, and recharge. If you're constantly plugged into the world, you never give yourself the chance to step back and breathe. And that kind of constant connection can wear you down over time. Successful people understand that if you want to perform at your best, you've got to disconnect from time to time, especially before bed. Here's something to think about. When you're connected, when you're always checking emails or watching some late night TV, your mind is still working. It's still processing, still reacting, still engaged. And that makes it harder to unwind at the end of the day. You might think that spending those last few minutes before bed, catching up on the news or checking messages is harmless, but it's not. It keeps your mind running, and it makes it harder for you to settle down and get the quality rest you need. Successful people know this, so they make it a habit to disconnect before bed. They create a buffer zone between their waking life and their sleep. And that buffer is critical because it gives their minds the time to shift gears. They understand that if they want to wake up refreshed, ready to take on the day, they can't stay connected to the world until the very last minute. Now, disconnecting doesn't just mean turning off your devices. It also means mentally and emotionally unplugging from the day's stresses. We live in a fast-paced world, and it's easy to carry the weight of the day with you into the night. But successful people make a conscious decision to let go of those stresses before they go to bed. They understand that worrying about work or problems or the future while you're trying to sleep doesn't solve anything. It only makes it harder to get the rest you need. There's a story I like to share about a lumberjack. He was strong, fast, and eager to prove himself. Every day, he would chop and chop and chop. But as the days went on, he noticed that he was cutting down fewer and fewer trees. He couldn't figure it out. He was working harder than ever. But his results were diminishing. Finally, someone told him, "You've got to sharpen your axe." You see, no matter how strong you are, no matter how fast you can swing, if your tools are dull, you're not going to be effective. Well, the same is true for your mind. If you don't take the time to disconnect, to sharpen your mental axe, you'll find yourself working harder, but getting less done. Successful people know that to be sharp, to be clear, to be effective, they've got to take time to rest. And that rest starts with disconnecting from the constant stream of information. When they unplug, they're sharpening their tools for the next day. They're giving their minds a chance to refresh, to process everything that happened during the day, and to prepare for tomorrow. Now, some people might say, but I need to check my emails before bed. What if something important comes up? Well, here's the thing. Successful people understand that most things can wait until morning. In fact, they know that responding to an email late at night might not be the best decision. Why? Because they're tired. And when you're tired, your decision-making suffers. Successful people set boundaries around their work time and their rest time. They understand that by disconnecting, they're not missing out. They're actually preparing themselves to handle things better the next day. And I'm telling you, there's a peace that comes from disconnecting before bed. When you step away from the noise, you give yourself the chance to be still. You give your mind the opportunity to settle. And in that stillness, you can find clarity. You can think more deeply, reflect more clearly, and rest more completely. Successful people value this time because they know that real creativity, real insight often comes when the mind is at rest, not when it's constantly bombarded with information. Now, I'm not saying you need to disconnect for hours. Even just 30 minutes before bed can make a big difference. Take that time to be present, to reflect, or just to relax. You'll notice how much more rested you feel, how much sharper your mind is when you wake up. Successful people also use this time to reconnect with themselves. It's a time to recharge the mind and the spirit. It's a way to close out the day on a positive note, rather than with the frantic energy that often comes from staying plugged in until the last second. So here's the takeaway. If you want to perform at your best, you've got to disconnect before bed. Your mind needs rest, and that rest doesn't just come from sleep. It comes from giving yourself time away from the constant barrage of information. Successful people understand this. They know that by disconnecting, they're sharpening their tools, preparing themselves to tackle the next day with energy, focus, and clarity. Give yourself some time to unplug before bed. You'll wake up feeling more refreshed, more focused, and ready to take on the day. And that's one of the habits that sets successful people apart. They know when to connect, and they know when to disconnect. The fourth thing successful people do before bed is practice gratitude. Now, this might sound simple, but don't underestimate its power. I'm telling you, the attitude of gratitude, it's one of the most important habits you can develop, not just for success, but for a life filled with joy, peace, and fulfillment. Successful people know this. They understand that the mindset you take with you to bed is the mindset you wake up with. And gratitude, that's the key to unlocking a positive, abundant mindset. Think about it. The last thing you focus on before you fall asleep has a way of lingering in your mind throughout the night. If you go to bed stressed, anxious, or worried, chances are you'll wake up feeling the same way. But when you take a moment to reflect on what you're grateful for, you shift your mindset. You end the day on a high note, and you prime yourself to wake up with a sense of appreciation, optimism, and motivation. Now, why is this so important for success? Because success isn't just about what you achieve. It's about how you feel along the way. Too many people chase success thinking it's the key to happiness, but successful people know the truth. Happiness is what fuels success. And happiness begins with gratitude. When you're grateful for what you have, you create a positive, abundant mindset that attracts more good things into your life. It's the law of attraction in action. But I'm telling you, gratitude doesn't come naturally to everyone. It's a practice. It's a discipline. And like any discipline, the more you do it, the better you get. Successful people make it a habit to end their day by reflecting on the things they're grateful for, no matter how big or small. It doesn't matter what it is, as long as you take the time to notice it and appreciate it. So what if you had a terrible day? Nothing went right. Well, here's the thing about gratitude. It's not about finding perfection in every day. It's about finding the good, even in the midst of challenges. Even on the hardest days, there's something to be grateful for. Even if it's just the fact that you made it through the day, there's always something. And here's the beauty of it. Gratitude doesn't just make you feel good in the moment. It actually changes the way you see the world. When you practice gratitude regularly, you start to notice more things to be grateful for. You shift your focus from what's wrong to what's right. You stop dwelling on problems and start seeing possibilities. And that shift in perspective is one of the most powerful tools for success. Successful people don't live in a world where everything goes perfect all the time. No, they face challenges, setbacks, and failures, just like everyone else. But the difference is in how they respond to those challenges. They don't let negativity take root. They don't dwell on what's missing. Instead, they focus on what they have, on what's working, and on the progress they're making. And that mindset of gratitude allows them to keep moving forward, even in tough times. Learn to be thankful for what you already have while you pursue all that you want. That stuck with me. Because too often we get caught up in the pursuit, always looking ahead, always wanting more. But the key is to find contentment and gratitude in the present, even as you work toward your goals. That's the balance that successful people strike. They're grateful for what they have, but they're also hungry for more. Gratitude fuels their ambition, not because they're lacking something, but because they're excited about the possibilities. Now, successful people don't wait for everything to be perfect before they practice gratitude. They understand that gratitude is the seed, not the result. They know that by cultivating gratitude in the present, they're setting the stage for future success. It's not about waiting for the big win before you feel grateful. It's about feeling grateful along the journey. So, how can you start practicing this habit? It's simple. Before you go to bed tonight, take a moment to reflect on your day. Think about the things you're grateful for. And don't just focus on the big things. Look for the small moments too. The more specific you can be, the better. Whatever it is, acknowledge it, appreciate it, and let that feeling of gratitude sink in. And here's something else. Successful people don't just keep their gratitude to themselves. They express it. They make it a point to let the people in their lives know how much they appreciate them. Whether it's a colleague, a family member, or a friend, they take the time to say thank you. Because they understand that gratitude strengthens relationships, builds trust, and fosters a positive environment. And those relationships, they're a key ingredient in long-term success. So, here's the takeaway. If you want to end your day like a successful person, practice gratitude. It's one of the simplest yet most powerful habits you can develop. It will change the way you see the world. It will boost your mood, and it will set you up for success tomorrow. Remember, gratitude isn't just a feeling. It's a discipline. It's something you can choose no matter what's happening in your life. And when you make that choice consistently, you'll find that success follows. The fifth thing successful people do before bed is they visualize their success. Now, this is a powerful practice that goes beyond just thinking about goals. Successful people don't just set goals. They see themselves achieving those goals. They create a vivid mental picture of what success looks like. And they do this regularly, especially before bed. Why? Because what you think about and focus on before you go to sleep has a way of influencing your subconscious mind, shaping your thoughts and actions when you wake up. The mind works in mysterious ways. It's been said that the subconscious mind never really sleeps. While your body is resting, your mind is processing, dreaming, and working on the things you've planted in it throughout the day. That's why successful people make sure to plant seeds of success before they drift off to sleep. They use that time, those quiet moments before bed, to visualize their goals as if they've already been achieved. Now, why does this work? Well, when you consistently visualize your success, you're training your mind to believe that it's possible. You're creating a mental blueprint for your future, and your mind, being the remarkable tool that it is, starts to work on making that vision a reality. Your thoughts influence your actions, and your actions create your results. So when you're regularly visualizing yourself succeeding, you're more likely to take the kinds of actions that lead to that success. But here's the key. It's not enough to just think about what you want. You've got to see it in detail. Successful people don't just think, I want to be successful. No, they go deeper. They see themselves in that future state, achieving their goals, living their dreams, and overcoming obstacles. They feel the emotions that come with that success. They imagine what it looks like, what it feels like, even what it smells like. The more vivid the picture, the more real it becomes to the mind. Now, I'm not saying visualization is some kind of magic trick that instantly makes everything happen. But what it does is set your mind on the path to success. It gives you clarity, direction, and focus. And when you wake up with that picture fresh in your mind, you start taking the steps to make it real. Successful people know this. They know that by visualizing their success regularly, they're programming their minds to seek out the opportunities, the people, and the actions that will help them get there. And it's not just about visualizing the end result. Successful people also visualize the process. They imagine themselves going through the steps necessary to reach their goals. They see themselves tackling challenges, staying disciplined, and overcoming setbacks. Because here's the truth. Success isn't always a straight line. There will be obstacles, and successful people prepare for them mentally. They visualize themselves navigating those tough moments with confidence, resilience, and determination. That way, when challenges come up in real life, they've already rehearsed how they'll handle them. They're not caught off guard. They've mentally prepared for it. I remember hearing about an Olympic athlete who used visualization as a key part of his training. Every night before bed, he would close his eyes and see himself running the perfect race. He would imagine every stride, every breath, every corner of the track. By the time he got to the starting line, he had already run that race 1,000 times in his mind. He was so prepared, so focused, that when the actual race came, his body knew exactly what to do. That's the power of visualization. It's about creating that clear, vivid image of what you want to achieve and then feeding it to your mind regularly. The more you do it, the more your mind starts to believe it's possible. And when your mind believes it, you'll start acting in ways that align with that belief. Here's the thing, your mind doesn't always distinguish between reality and a vividly imagined scenario. That's why visualization works. If you keep showing your mind the picture of success, your brain starts to operate as if that success is already happening. It's almost like you're tricking your mind into believing that you're already living in that reality. And when you believe it, you start behaving in ways that make it real. But let me make something clear. Visualization isn't a substitute for action. You can't just sit around and dream about success and expect it to happen. No. Successful people visualize as a way to focus their minds, but then they take the necessary steps to make those visions a reality. The visualization is just the start. It's the mental preparation that gives you the motivation and the confidence to go out and do the work. So how do you get started with this habit? It's simple. Before you go to bed tonight, take a few minutes to sit quietly and close your eyes. Picture yourself achieving your goals. See yourself succeeding. Imagine the details. What does your life look like when you've reached that goal? How do you feel? What are you doing? And don't just think about the end result. Imagine the journey. See yourself doing the work, overcoming challenges, and staying committed to your vision. The more you practice this, the clearer and more powerful the images will become. And here's something else. Successful people use visualization to reinforce their belief in themselves. They see themselves as capable, confident, and deserving of success. They picture themselves handling tough situations with grace and perseverance. Because the truth is, the image you hold of yourself in your mind often dictates how you show up in the world. If you see yourself as successful, strong, and resilient, you're more likely to act that way. If you see yourself as defeated or unworthy, that's how you'll behave. So visualization is also about building up your self-image, making sure it aligns with the person you want to become. So here's the takeaway. If you want to achieve success, you've got to see it in your mind before it becomes real in your life. Successful people visualize their success regularly, especially before bed, because they know that what you focus on expands. They create a clear, vivid picture of their goals, and they mentally rehearse the process of achieving those goals. And because of that, they wake up with clarity, confidence, and the drive to make their visions a reality. Tonight, try it for yourself. Before you fall asleep, close your eyes and visualize your success. Picture it in detail. And as you do this regularly, you'll start to notice that your actions, your thoughts, and your results begin to shift in the direction of your dreams. That's one of the secrets of success. The sixth thing successful people do before bed is they read. Now, I'm telling you, reading is one of the most underrated habits when it comes to success. But successful people know that the time they invest in learning and expanding their minds is one of the greatest investments they can make. They make it a point to read before bed, not only as a way to unwind from the day, but also to feed their minds with new ideas, insights, and knowledge that can help them on their journey. The mind is like a garden. What you plant in it will determine what grows. And if you're not careful about what you're feeding your mind, you might find it filled with weeds, negative thoughts, distractions, and limiting beliefs. But successful people, they're intentional about what they allow into their minds. And one of the ways they cultivate a fertile mind for success is by reading books that inspire, educate, and challenge them to grow. Here's something to think about. No matter how much success you achieve, no matter how far you go, there's always more to learn. The most successful people on the planet are often the ones who are the most curious, the most eager to learn new things. They understand that in a world that's constantly changing, knowledge is power. And they also know that the more they learn, the more they realize how much they don't know. That's what keeps them humble, hungry, and open to growth. Now, reading before bed serves a dual purpose. First, it's a great way to unwind and shift your focus from the stresses of the day. Instead of going to bed with your mind racing about work or personal problems, reading allows you to immerse yourself in new ideas, stories, or lessons. It creates a buffer between the busyness of the day and the rest you're about to take. And because reading stimulates the mind in a calm and focused way, it can actually help you sleep better. But the second purpose of reading is even more powerful. It's about continuous growth. Successful people are always looking for ways to improve themselves, and reading is one of the most effective tools for personal development. They use that time to learn something new every night. And over time, that knowledge compounds. It's like adding fuel to the fire of their success. I remember hearing a story about Warren Buffett, one of the wealthiest and most successful investors in the world. Do you know what he attributes much of his success to? Reading. He spends about 80% of his day reading. Now, that might sound like a lot, but it's not just about the quantity of reading. It's about the quality. Buffett understands that the more he reads, the better he's equipped to make smart decisions. He's constantly learning, constantly expanding his understanding of the world. And that's what keeps him sharp. Now, you don't have to spend 80% of your day reading to see the benefits. Even 15 or 20 minutes before bed can make a huge difference over time. Think about it. If you read for just 20 minutes every night, that's over 120 hours of reading in a year. Imagine how much you could learn in that time. Imagine how much more knowledgeable, more insightful, more prepared you'd be to take on your goals and challenges. That's why successful people make reading a daily habit, especially before bed. But what should you read? Well, successful people are intentional about what they read. They don't just pick up anything. They choose books that align with their goals, their values, and their desire for growth. The key is to find books that inspire you, that challenge your thinking, and that help you see the world from new perspectives. Now, I know some people might say, but I don't have time to read. Well, here's the thing. Successful people don't find time. They make time. They prioritize reading because they know the value it brings to their lives. They understand that investing in their mind is just as important as investing in their business or career. In fact, it's one of the most important investments they can make because the more you know, the more you can grow. And here's another thing. Reading doesn't have to be a chore. Successful people enjoy it. They find joy in learning, in discovering new ideas, in exploring different worlds through the pages of a book. It becomes a source of inspiration, a way to recharge their minds and feed their curiosity. And when you approach reading with that mindset, it stops feeling like an obligation and starts feeling like an opportunity. One of my favorite things to do before bed was to read books that made me think differently. Whether it was a book on philosophy, or a biography of someone who had achieved great things. I found that reading helped me expand my thinking, see new possibilities, and stay motivated on my own journey. And the great thing about books is that they allow you to learn from the experiences of others. You can tap into the wisdom of people who have been where you want to go. You can learn from their successes and their failures without having to go through the same challenges yourself. So, here's what successful people know. Reading is not just about gathering information. It's about transformation. It's about opening your mind to new ideas, new perspectives, and new possibilities. It's about feeding your curiosity, challenging your assumptions, and expanding your understanding of the world. And the more you read, the more you grow. It's that simple. Now, if you want to make this a habit, start small. Set aside 15 or 20 minutes before bed to read something that interests you, something that will help you grow. And don't feel like you have to finish a book in one sitting. Successful people know that it's not about racing through books. It's about taking the time to absorb the lessons and apply them to your life. Even if you read just a few pages a night, those pages will add up over time. And before you know it, you'll have a wealth of knowledge that will serve you well on your path to success. Here's the takeaway. If you want to grow, if you want to become more successful, make reading a part of your nightly routine. Successful people understand the power of continuous learning, and they use that time before bed to feed their minds with new ideas, insights, and inspiration. Reading is one of the simplest yet most powerful habits you can develop, and it's something you can start doing tonight. Pick up a book that excites you, that challenges you, that aligns with your goals. Spend a few minutes reading before bed and watch how it transforms your thinking, your attitude, and your approach to life. Remember, success isn't just about what you do. It's about what you know. And the more you know, the more equipped you are to create the life you want. The seventh thing successful people do before bed is they set their intentions for the next day. Now, this goes beyond just planning or making a to-do list. Setting intentions is about more than scheduling. It's about deciding in advance how you're going to approach the day mentally and emotionally. Successful people don't just think about what they need to do tomorrow. They focus on how they want to show up, how they want to navigate the day, and what kind of energy they want to bring into every situation. Here's the key. Intention setting gives you the power to direct your thoughts and actions. It's a way of taking control of your mindset before the day even begins. Most people wake up and let the day run them. They get caught up in the chaos, reacting to whatever comes their way. But successful people, no, they set the tone for their day before it even starts. They decide how they're going to act, how they're going to handle challenges, and how they're going to stay focused on what matters most. Why is this so powerful? Because when you set an intention, you're creating a mental and emotional framework for the day. You're telling yourself, this is how I'm going to approach tomorrow. And that intention shapes your actions. It helps you stay aligned with your goals, even when things don't go according to plan. It keeps you grounded, focused, and in control. Think of it as setting your internal GPS. You decide the destination, and that intention keeps you on course, even when the road gets a little bumpy. Now, let me be clear. Setting intentions isn't the same as making a checklist. It's not just about deciding what you need to do. It's about deciding how you want to be as you do those things. You might have a day filled with meetings, deadlines, or challenges. But if you set the intention to stay calm, focused, and positive, you're much more likely to navigate those tasks with grace and effectiveness. Without an intention, you're at the mercy of external circumstances. With an intention, you're in control of how you respond to those circumstances. Here's another way to think about it. When you set an intention, you're making a commitment to yourself. You're deciding in advance how you're going to show up, no matter what happens. Successful people don't leave their attitude or mindset to chance. They know that how they think and feel directly impacts their results. So they take the time before they go to bed to set clear, positive intentions for the next day. Whatever the intention is, it gives them a sense of purpose and direction. I'm telling you, this habit can make a huge difference in your life. When you wake up with an intention, you're not just reacting to the day, you're leading it. You're guiding your thoughts, your actions, and your emotions. And that makes all the difference. Instead of feeling overwhelmed by the challenges or distractions that come your way, you're able to stay centered, grounded in the intention you set the night before. And here's something else to consider. Setting intentions isn't just about your work. It's about your whole life. Successful people don't just set intentions for their business or their career. They set intentions for their relationships, their health, their personal growth. They think about how they want to show up as a partner, as a parent, as a friend. They decide in advance what kind of energy they want to bring into every aspect of their life, because they know that success isn't just about what you achieve. It's about how you live. So how do you set intentions before bed? It's simple. As you're winding down for the night, take a few minutes to think about the next day. Ask yourself, what's important to me tomorrow? How do I want to feel? How do I want to act? What kind of energy do I want to bring into the day? And then decide. Set a clear intention in your mind. You might even want to write it down. Sometimes putting it on paper helps to solidify the commitment. And as you do this regularly, you'll start to notice a shift in how you approach your days. You'll feel more focused, more purposeful, and more in control. When you set your intention, make it positive and specific. When you frame your intention in a positive way, you're telling your mind what to aim for rather than what to avoid. And that makes a big difference in how you experience the day. Here's the takeaway. If you want to lead your life with purpose, start by setting clear intentions before bed. Successful people understand that how you approach the day is just as important as what you do during the day. By setting an intention, you're giving yourself the mental and emotional framework to handle whatever comes your way. It's a powerful habit that keeps you focused, centered, and aligned with your goals. So tonight, as you're getting ready for bed, take a moment to set an intention for tomorrow. Decide how you want to show up, how you want to feel, and what kind of energy you want to bring into the day. It's a small habit, but it can have a profound impact on your mindset and your success. It's easy to see that the habits successful people practice before bed aren't just about closing out the day. They're about setting the stage for tomorrow. They're about creating a mindset of growth, clarity, and focus that carries over into every aspect of life. Success isn't a matter of chance. It's the result of deliberate actions, both big and small, taken consistently over time. What's fascinating is that none of these habits are complex. They're simple, everyday practices that anyone can do. But that's exactly why they're so powerful. It's not the big, flashy actions that lead to long-term success. It's the little things you do, day in and day out, that shape your future. The secret lies in consistency, doing these things every night, even when you don't feel like it, even when it seems like they're not making an immediate difference. Over time, these habits compound, and that's when you start to see the real results. The 7 habits that set successful people apart. They understand that success begins in the mind, and that by cultivating these habits, they're not just preparing for the next day. They're preparing for a life of purpose, achievement, and fulfillment. Remember, success is a journey, not a destination. It's not about reaching a single point and stopping there. It's about growing, learning, and evolving every day. And these habits help you stay on that path. So as you move forward, I encourage you to start incorporating these habits into your nightly routine. You don't have to do everything at once. Start with 1 or 2 that resonate with you and build from there. The key is to stay consistent. Make these habits part of who you are, part of your daily rhythm, and watch how they transform your mindset, your energy, and your results. Success doesn't happen by accident. It's built day by day, choice by choice, habit by habit. And the way you end your day plays a big role in how you begin the next. So take charge of your evenings, set yourself up for success, and keep moving forward on your journey to becoming the best version of yourself. It's up to you to put these ideas into action. Because at the end of the day, it's the actions you take that make all the difference. No one's coming. I learned that a long time ago, and it changed my life. See, most people are waiting for a break, waiting for a miracle, waiting for somebody to hand them an opportunity. But I'm telling you, if you sit on the sidelines, hoping someone will come to your rescue, you'll wait your whole life. The cavalry isn't coming. There is no magic rope being thrown down from above. If you don't save yourself, you're going to stay stuck. Now, that's a hard truth, but it's a necessary one. We live in a world where people expect life to be fair. But fairness was never part of the deal. The sun doesn't rise for some and not for others. It rises for everybody. But it's your responsibility to rise with it. You've got to get up even when you don't feel like it. That's the difference between the person who makes progress and the person who stays behind. It's not talent. It's not luck. It's action. It's the decision to move, even when everything inside you screams to stay down. How many times have you waited for things to get easier? How many times have you told yourself, I'll start tomorrow? And what happened? Tomorrow came and went, didn't it? You thought the conditions had to be perfect before you could act. But here's the truth. The conditions will never be perfect. If you keep waiting for the storm to pass, you'll miss the opportunity to learn how to sail in the wind. Life is messy. It's chaotic. It doesn't come with guarantees. But you've got to get up anyway. Because if you don't fight for your own life, who will? Years ago, I found myself broke. 30 years old. I was embarrassed. I couldn't pay my bills. I couldn't even look myself in the mirror without feeling ashamed. But here's what changed everything. I stopped waiting for someone else to fix my life. I realized that no mentor, no friend, no family member, and certainly no government was going to turn things around for me. It had to be me. And the moment I accepted that, everything began to shift. Was it easy? Absolutely not. It was hard work, real, honest work. But once I took ownership of my life, things began to move. You've got to own your situation no matter how uncomfortable it feels. Ownership is the first step toward freedom. Because once you take responsibility, you stop waiting. And when you stop waiting, you start moving. A lot of people say, you don't understand. I've got too many problems. I've been through too much. I'm stuck. Listen, I understand pain. I understand being stuck. But I'm telling you, the way out is through movement, not excuses. Life has knocked us all down at some point. But it's not what knocks you down that defines you. It's whether or not you get back up. And that choice is always in your hands. Excuses are dangerous. They give you permission to stay where you are. But excuses don't pay the bills. Excuses won't help you grow. Excuses won't get you to where you need to be. At some point, you've got to stop making excuses and start making progress. Do you know what progress feels like? It's not always glamorous. Sometimes progress looks like getting out of bed when you'd rather stay buried under the covers. Sometimes it's showing up to the job you don't like while you build the life you dream of. It's putting in the reps at the gym even when you're tired. It's reading the book when your mind would rather watch TV. It's making that call, sending that email, and having that conversation you've been avoiding. Progress is not some grand event. It's a small daily effort, a decision to keep moving forward, inch by inch. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. There will be days when you feel like giving up. Days when it feels like the world is against you. Those are the days that will test you. But let me remind you, the only way to fail is to quit. If you keep getting up, if you keep moving, no matter how small the steps, you are not failing. You're learning. You're growing. You're getting closer to the person you need to become. And isn't that what life is about? It's not about what you get. It's about who you become in the process. I once heard a story about two men trapped in a deep, dark hole. They were sitting there waiting for someone to come along and pull them out. Hours passed, then days. One man finally stood up and said, "No one's coming. If we're going to get out, we've got to climb." The other man shook his head and stayed seated. "It's too hard," he said. "We'll never make it." But the first man didn't listen. He scraped his hands raw, he slipped, he fell, but he kept climbing. And you know what? He made it out. And do you know what happened to the man who stayed in the bottom of that hole? He's still there. Not because he couldn't climb, but because he didn't try. That's how life works. You don't have to be perfect to get out of the hole. You just have to keep climbing. And every time you fall, you get back up. You learn, you adjust, you keep moving. There will be times when you doubt yourself. Times when the people around you doubt you too. But the only thing that matters is that you don't give up on yourself. If you get up one more time than you fall, you win. That's the secret. It's not complicated, but it is hard. And that's what makes it worth it. So, Ask yourself, what's holding you back right now? What's keeping you down? Is it fear? Is it doubt? Is it the belief that things will never change? I've been there. I know what it's like to feel like you're stuck in quicksand. But here's the thing about quicksand. The more you panic, the deeper you sink. But if you stay calm and start moving deliberately, you can pull yourself out. Slowly, yes. Painfully, yes. But step by step, inch by inch, you will get out. You've got to learn to be your own rescue team. There's no waiting for someone to sweep in and make everything better. No one owes you anything, but you owe yourself everything. You owe it to yourself to keep going, to keep trying, to keep believing that something better is possible. Life doesn't hand out guarantees, but it offers opportunities if you're willing to take them. And taking them means action. It means getting up, dusting yourself off, and doing the work. Some people think that success is about luck or connections. But I'm telling you, the person who gets up and shows up every day will always outlast the person who waits for luck. Talent can only take you so far. Luck is unpredictable. But persistence, that's within your control. You don't have to be the smartest, the strongest, or the most talented person in the room. But you do have to be the person who doesn't quit. You have to be the person who gets up every time life knocks them down. When I started out, I didn't have much, but I had hunger. And hunger will get you farther than talent ever will. Hunger makes you get up when others stay down. Hunger makes you work when others rest. Hunger keeps you going when others quit. So if you're hungry, if you want something more, get up and go after it. Don't wait for permission. Don't wait for the right moment. There is no right moment. There's only now. And what you do with now will determine where you end up tomorrow. You've got to take control of your own story. You've got to become the hero of your own life. Heroes aren't perfect. They're just people who refuse to stay down. And you can be that person. You can be the one who gets up, who fights back, who builds something better, even when it's hard, even when it hurts. So don't wait. Don't make excuses. Don't sit on the sidelines hoping someone will save you. Get up and save yourself. Because you can. And because your future depends on it. Attitude is everything, isn't it? It's not just something that colors your day. It's the determining factor in how high or low you'll go in life. Your attitude is like the set of a sail. When the wind changes, the same wind blows on us all. The difference in where you end up isn't the wind, but how you've set your sail. And that sail, my friends, is your attitude. That's a life-changing thought. Think about it. The winds of difficulty, the winds of opportunity, the winds of failure. Everyone faces them. But what makes one man thrive and another struggle? It's the way each man thinks, feels, and acts in response to those winds. We don't control the wind. We can't stop economic downturns, personal losses, or unexpected circumstances from blowing through our lives. But what we do control is how we adjust. How you respond to the challenges is what makes all the difference. That's attitude. And your attitude will determine how high you fly, or how low you fall. Someone once said, the same boiling water that softens the potato hardens the egg. The situation isn't what matters. It's the character you bring to it that decides the outcome. I used to think success was about talent. I thought the people at the top had some special gifts that the rest of us missed. But over time, I learned something. Talent will get you in the door, but it's your attitude that will keep you in the room. If you've got a lousy attitude, it doesn't matter how skilled you are, you won't go far. On the other hand, if you've got a positive, growth-oriented attitude, you can develop the skills you need along the way. Life isn't fair, but attitude makes the playing field a lot more even. Have you ever met someone who's good at what they do, but nobody can stand working with them? They're negative. They're a drain. They complain about everything. You don't need too many of those people in your life, do you? And if you've got that attitude, you've got to ask yourself, how much is that costing me? Some people don't realize it, but their attitude is like a price tag that hangs around their neck. It tells the world what they're worth, and the world responds accordingly. The good news is you get to choose that price every day. Now, here's the thing about attitude. It's not something you inherit, and it's not something someone gives you. It's a choice, and you have to make that choice every single day. That's the deal. You can't just say, well, I'll have a good attitude today, and it'll carry me through the month. No. You've got to get up every day, face the world, and decide, what kind of person am I going to be today? What kind of thoughts am I going to allow into my mind? Because your thoughts become your attitude, and your attitude becomes your behavior. And your behavior determines where you'll end up. Do you know people who wake up every morning already defeated? They hit the alarm clock and say, well, here we go again. Another day, another dollar. They're not just losing the battle for success. They're losing before they even start. Their attitude has already put them at the bottom of the hill. And now they've got to spend the whole day climbing. But someone else wakes up and says, today's a new day. I don't know what's coming, but I'm going to give it everything I've got. That person is starting the day on top of the hill, and every step forward is a bonus. The difference? It's not circumstances, it's attitude. Here's a truth I learned the hard way. Your attitude doesn't just affect you, it affects everyone around you. In a business, if the leader has a poor attitude, it trickles down through the whole organization. Have you ever walked into a company and you could just feel the negativity in the air? The employees aren't motivated. Customers feel unwelcome. It's like a cloud hangs over the place. And most times that starts at the top. But I've also seen companies where the leadership has an incredible attitude, one of energy, enthusiasm, and respect. And it filters down to everyone. You walk in and you feel the difference immediately. People smile, they're helpful, they want to be there. That's the power of attitude. It's contagious. So the question is, what kind of attitude are you spreading? Attitude also determines how you handle failure. And I'm telling you, if you're in the game of life, failure is going to come. Nobody wins all the time. But the the key isn't in avoiding failure. It's in learning how to respond to it. Some people hit a wall and they stay there. They say, well, I guess this just wasn't meant to be. And they give up. But others hit the same wall. And instead of saying, this is the end, they say, all right, what's the lesson here? What can I learn? That's the winning attitude. They dust themselves off. They figure out what went wrong, and they try again and again and again if necessary. Success doesn't come from never failing. It comes from never giving up. Mr. Shoaff said, if you want to change your life, start with your attitude. At the time, I didn't really get it. I thought, what do my thoughts have to do with my circumstances? But he explained it to me. He said, your circumstances are just the scorecard. Your attitude is what drives the game. You can't wait for things to change on the outside before you change on the inside. It doesn't work that way. If you want things to improve, it starts with how you think, how you speak, and how you act, regardless of your current situation. That's attitude. Here's another thing. A positive attitude isn't just about being cheerful all the time. It's not about pretending everything is perfect when it isn't. A positive attitude means facing reality, but not giving up hope. It's about seeing the problems, but also seeing the possibilities. It's about saying, this is hard, but it's not impossible. I've got what it takes to figure this out. That's the kind of attitude that separates winners from losers. And that's the kind of attitude that takes you places. Tell me, what do you tell yourself when things go wrong? Do you blame other people? Do you say, it's not my fault? Or do you say, what could I have done differently? The way you answer those questions reveals your attitude. And here's the truth. People with a winning attitude take responsibility. They own their mistakes. They know that blaming others doesn't solve anything. So they look inward. They learn. And because of that, they grow. Another thing about attitude, your attitude toward others matters just as much as your attitude toward yourself. Have you ever noticed how some people treat others like they're unimportant, like they're obstacles in the way? That's a losing attitude. People with a right attitude know that relationships are the real currency in life. They treat people with respect, with kindness, and with gratitude. And because of that, opportunities find them. People want to work with them, help them, promote them. Why? Because they've got the kind of attitude that attracts good things. I don't know where you are in life right now. Maybe you're on top of the world and things are going great. Or maybe you're at the bottom and everything feels like a struggle. Wherever you are, I want you to remember this. Your attitude will determine what happens next. Not your situation, not your resources, not even your talent. Your attitude. It's the one thing you can control, no matter what's going on around you. And when you take control of it, when you decide to have a winning attitude, everything else begins to change. Maybe not all at once, but bit by bit, things start to shift in your favor. So here's my challenge to you. Start paying attention to your attitude. Catch yourself when you start thinking negative thoughts. Replace them with thoughts of possibility. When you feel yourself getting frustrated, take a step back and ask, what's the opportunity here? And when you interact with others, do it with kindness and respect. Because attitude isn't just about getting ahead. It's about how you live, how you contribute, and how you make others feel along the way. And if you do that, if you consistently choose a positive, empowering attitude, there's no limit to how high you can fly. And that's the thing, isn't it? The sky isn't the limit. Your attitude is. If you want to be successful in anything you do, let's start with a simple truth. Success is predictable. It's not some mystical thing reserved for a chosen few. It's not the result of fate, luck, or accident. No, success comes from following a set of principles, a formula, and sticking to it long enough to reap the rewards. The small, seemingly insignificant actions you take consistently are what add up to produce great results over time. Consistency is the key. You've got to be willing to show up day in and day out, whether you feel like it or not, whether the circumstances are favorable or not. The difference between those who succeed and those who don't often comes down to this. Successful people keep going when others quit. Success is built on a foundation of habits. What are your habits? What are you doing every single day to move closer to your goals? Are your habits aligned with the results you want to achieve? If not, that's the first place to start. Your habits are either working for you or against you, and the results you're getting in your life are a direct reflection of the habits you've cultivated. The challenge, of course, is that habits are hard to change. But if you want to be successful, you have to be willing to make that change. Discipline is a key element in building those habits. Discipline is doing what you know you need to do, even when you don't feel like doing it. It's easy to do the right thing when you're motivated, when everything is going well, when there's excitement. But success requires discipline during those moments when motivation is low. Discipline is the bridge between goals and accomplishments. It's the force that keeps you on track, even when the initial enthusiasm fades. Think about this. How many times have you started something with excitement, only to lose steam after a few days or weeks? That's what happens when discipline isn't there to back up your motivation. Motivation might get you started, but it's discipline that will see you through. Discipline means sticking to your routine, staying committed to your plan, and doing what's necessary day after day, regardless of how you feel. Here's the first thing you need to get in check: your attitude. And take care of this before worrying about anything else. A positive, resilient attitude can make all the difference in how you approach challenges, setbacks, and opportunities. It's not about avoiding problems. It's about how you respond to them. Do you see obstacles as insurmountable, or do you view them as challenges to be overcome? Your attitude shapes your perception, and your perception shapes your reality. Success requires maintaining a mindset of growth, optimism, and persistence, even when things aren't going your way. Your attitude also determines your level of resilience. Success is rarely achieved without setbacks. The question isn't whether you'll encounter obstacles, it's how you'll handle them when they arise. A positive attitude doesn't mean ignoring problems. It means facing them head on with the belief that you can find a solution. It's about seeing every setback as an opportunity to learn, adjust, and come back stronger. Responsibility plays a major role in success. Taking full responsibility for your outcomes is a non-negotiable part of being successful. That means owning both your successes and your failures. Too often, people look for someone or something else to blame when things don't go as planned. But successful people understand that they are ultimately responsible for their results. They don't waste time blaming others or waiting for external factors to change. Instead, they focus on what they can control: their actions, their mindset, their decisions. If you want to succeed in anything you do, take full ownership of your journey. Accept that you are where you are because of the choices you've made. And if you want different results, you need to make different choices. Shifting responsibility to external factors only disempowers you. When you take responsibility, you take control of your future. You can make adjustments, learn from your mistakes, and make progress. One of the most important pieces to success is persistence. Success doesn't come overnight, and it doesn't come without setbacks. The path to achieving your goals will be filled with challenges, delays, and unexpected difficulties. Persistence is what keeps you moving forward when things get tough. It's the determination to keep going even when progress seems slow or non-existent. Success belongs to those who are willing to stick with it, no matter how long it takes. One of the reasons persistence is so important is because real progress often takes time. We live in a world where instant gratification is the norm, but success doesn't work that way. You have to be patient. You have to be willing to work, and you have to be persistent. Most people give up too soon. They quit just before they would have achieved their breakthrough. Persistence means continuing to take action, even when it feels like nothing is happening. It means trusting the process and staying the course. If you want to be successful in anything you do, you need to stay focused. In today's world, distractions are everywhere. If you want to succeed, you have to learn to focus on what matters most. You need a clear sense of your goals, and you have to direct your energy and attention toward those goals every day. Successful people don't get sidetracked by minor issues or distractions. They stay focused on their priorities. They know where they want to go, and they keep moving in that direction, no matter what. Focus also means saying no to things that don't align with your goals. Too many people get caught up in activities that don't move them closer to success. It's easy to get busy, but being busy doesn't mean being productive. Successful people understand the difference. They prioritize their time, energy, and resources toward the activities that have the greatest impact on their success. And you got to have vision. Success requires a clear vision of what you want to achieve. You have to know where you're going before you can get there. Without a vision, you'll end up drifting, reacting to whatever comes your way, instead of proactively moving toward your goals. A clear vision gives you direction, purpose, and motivation. It provides a roadmap for your actions and helps you stay on course. But having a vision isn't enough. You need a plan to turn that vision into reality. It's easy to get caught up in dreaming, but success is about execution. You need to break your vision down into actionable steps. What can you do today, this week, this month, to move closer to your goal? Successful people are intentional about their actions. They create plans, set milestones, and take consistent steps toward their vision. Show me your friends, and I'll show you your future. Your environment plays a significant role in your success as well. The people you surround yourself with, the information you consume, and the atmosphere you create for yourself all have an impact on your ability to succeed. You become like the people you spend the most time with. So choose your environment carefully. Are the people around you lifting you up, encouraging your growth, and supporting your goals? Or are they holding you back, keeping you in your comfort zone? If you want to be successful, you need to surround yourself with people who have the same mindset. Your environment can either be a source of motivation or a source of distraction. If you want to be successful in anything you do, you got to learn to manage your time. How you use your time will determine how successful you become. Time is the one resource we all have in equal measure, but it's how you choose to use it that makes the difference. Successful people don't waste time. They manage it wisely. It's not about being busy. It's about being productive. It's about maximizing your effectiveness in the hours you have. It's easy to get caught up in tasks that seem urgent, but aren't important. Successful people know how to distinguish between what's urgent and what's important. They focus their time and energy on the things that will bring them closer to their goals, rather than getting bogged down by minor tasks. Here's another thing. Success requires continuous learning. You can't expect to stay where you are and achieve more than you have now. Growth is essential. You have to be constantly improving, constantly expanding your knowledge and skills. Successful people are lifelong learners. They seek out new information, they look for ways to improve, and they stay open to new ideas. Learning isn't just about acquiring knowledge. It's about applying it. Knowledge is useless if it isn't put into action. Successful people don't just accumulate information. They use it to make better decisions, to improve their performance, and to achieve their goals. Be willing to learn from every experience, from every person, from every opportunity. So if you want to be successful in anything you do, the principles are clear. These are the fundamentals. If you follow them, success isn't just possible, it's inevitable. You got to train your mind for success. It all begins with how you think, how you approach the world, and how you choose to respond to what happens around you. Everything you want to achieve, everything you want to become, starts in your mind. The truth is, success is never just a matter of chance or external factors. It's a product of internal conditioning. Before anything can manifest in your life, it first has to take root in your thinking. You are in control of your mind. Every thought you have, every belief you hold, these are all within your domain. You decide what thoughts to nurture, which ones to entertain, and which to reject. This sense of control is essential because the moment you take responsibility for your mindset, that's when you start shaping your future. When you train your mind to focus on what's possible, to see solutions rather than problems, to take responsibility for outcomes, you begin to unlock your true potential. But how do we take control of our minds in a world filled with distractions, negativity, and challenges? It begins by becoming aware of what we allow into our mental space. Your mind, just like your body, thrives on what it's fed. Imagine if you filled your body with junk food every day. Eventually, it would show in how you feel and perform. The same is true with your mind. What you focus on, what you allow to influence your thinking, shapes the quality of your thoughts. So you have to be selective. Here's what I've learned. The mind is influenced by repetition. The thoughts you repeatedly entertain create your mental environment. They form your habits of thinking, and these habits become your default responses. So ask yourself, are your habitual thoughts aligned with success, or are they filled with doubt and fear? Are you focusing on problems or on possibilities? By repeatedly focusing on what lifts you up, you train your mind to expect and create positive outcomes. Once you start paying attention to your thoughts, you'll notice how they influence everything you do. This is why it's so important to develop the discipline of focus. Life is filled with distractions, pulling your attention in 100 different directions, but success requires focus. To move forward, you must learn to concentrate your efforts and energy on what truly matters. Without focus, it's easy to drift, to waste time on things that don't bring you closer to your goals. It's not about cutting out all distractions overnight. It's about recognizing when your mind starts to wander and gently bringing it back to what's important. Over time, this practice sharpens your ability to stay present with your tasks, allowing you to get more done in less time. But focus also requires something deeper. It requires clarity. You have to know where you're going. Without a clear vision, it's impossible to focus your mind effectively. And sometimes you got to shift your perspective a little bit. The way you view the world shapes your experience of it. A trained mind understands that every situation has multiple perspectives, and success comes from choosing the perspective that empowers you rather than limit you. When challenges arise, an untrained mind might see them as roadblocks, reasons to stop. But when your mind is conditioned for success, you see challenges as stepping stones, opportunities to grow and get better. The key here is in how you choose to interpret events. Successful people don't avoid challenges. They approach them with a mindset of growth. This isn't about pretending everything is easy. It's about deciding that no matter what happens, you have the power to respond in a way that moves you forward. That's mental conditioning at its finest. When you start viewing challenges as opportunities, you also start to develop patience. This is one of the most important yet overlooked aspects of success. Too many people give up when they don't see immediate results, but the mind trained for success understands that real progress takes time. It understands that success is a journey, not an event. Every small step forward is part of a bigger picture, and patience allows you to stay committed to the process. But let's not confuse patience with inaction. Patience doesn't mean waiting passively. It means continuing to work, to learn, and to improve, even when the results aren't immediately visible. It means trusting the process, trusting that the efforts you're putting in will eventually yield the results you're after. This trust, this persistence, is what separates those who achieve lasting success from those who stop short of their potential. This entire process, taking control of your thoughts, sharpening your focus, shifting your perspective, cultivating patience. It all works together to shape your mind for success. It's not about perfection, and it doesn't happen all at once. It's about small daily habits, little shifts in thinking that over time create massive changes in your life. The beauty of this process is that it's never too late to start. Wherever you are in life, you can begin to train your mind to work for you. With every new thought, every new perspective, you're reconditioning your mind to align with success. It's a lifelong journey, but the rewards are incredible. As you master your mindset, you'll find that success isn't something out of reach. It's something you create, one thought at a time. So, commit to this process of training your mind. Be aware of your thoughts. Be intentional about your focus. Shift your perspective when needed. Trust in the long-term process and stay grounded in gratitude. The mind, when trained, is a powerful force for success. And the better you get at directing it, the more success you will see unfold in your life.